1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, sweet. Right. Mike Ox 2. Is that enough? Is that what we need? Yeah, it's just that one Declan's audio, so I don't know what the fuck that is, but you're getting something there. Is this streaming yet?
Good morning, everyone. If you could please take your seats, we'll begin very shortly. We're slightly delayed because of the traffic and bad weather, but if you could take your seats now, we'll begin. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. You are all very welcome here to Riddle Hall at Queen's University Belfast as we reflect on the Anglo-Irish Agreement 40 years on. My name is Donna Traynor and I will be your guide throughout the day. What promises to be a very insightful day, a look at that significant development in Anglo-Irish relations. Now, this conference is hosted in partnership with the John and Pat Hume Foundation, the Senator George J. Mitchell Institute for Global Peace, Security and Justice, the Royal Irish Academy and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. We have brought together those who were directly involved in Anglo-Irish Agreement negotiations, as well as academics and political figures from home and abroad. Our speakers will explore how the agreement came about, the political reactions to it, its outworkings and enduring impacts. Now, before we begin, I have a little bit of housekeeping for your safety. On hearing the fire alarm, no planned fire alarms this morning, by the way, but on hearing the fire alarm, we would ask everyone to evacuate the building immediately. Please leave in a calm and orderly manner using the exits, which are located at the back of the room. Then make your way to the assembly point, the staff car park to the left as you exit Riddle Hall. And we will ask you to remain there until instructed otherwise. Please do not attempt to re-enter the building, even if the alarms have been silenced, as this does not always mean that the emergency is over. We would also ask you please to put your phones on silent so that there is no interference with our microphones. Also, because of the significance of this occasion and with so many people unable to be here in person, we are live streaming this event on Queen's University's YouTube channel, QU Belfast. We have a series of panel discussions and conversations for you today, with the opportunity to put your questions to the speakers as well. And as this is Armistice Day, our first panel session will conclude just before 11 o'clock this morning, when we will then pause for a 2-minute silence. We are joined today by staff from the Public Records Office of Northern Ireland, who have kindly put on display fantastic historical documents relating to the Anglo-Irish Agreement. So please take your time to view them in the room outside, and the staff will answer any questions that you have about their collection. They include what were then secret and personal correspondence between officials and confidential meeting notes, including one involving the Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and Unionist leaders James Molyneux and Ian Paisley. And let's face it, if anything has secret and personal on it, and we can now read it, why would you not take that opportunity? So let's begin and have the official opening of our conference today. And I'm delighted to introduce to the stage now the Vice-Chancellor and President of Queen's University Belfast, Professor Sir Ian Greer.
Well, thank you, Donna, and good morning and welcome everyone to Riddle Hall and to Queen's University for today's conference, 40 years on reflecting on the Anglo-Irish Agreement. But I want to begin by thanking our partners who've worked together to organise today's event. As you've heard from Donna, that includes the Senator George J. Mitchell Institute for Global Peace, Security and Justice here at Queen's, the John and Pat Hume Foundation, the Royal Irish Academy and the Department of Foreign Affairs. Now, we're really honoured as I look around the room to host such distinguished speakers, some of whom were directly involved, as well as leading academics, diplomats and political figures from across these islands and beyond. Today we reflect on one of the most significant and arguably most debated milestones in modern Anglo-Irish relations. The Anglo-Irish Agreement was controversial when it was signed on this day back in 1985, and for many it remains just as controversial today. but few would question its significance as a turning point in Anglo-Irish political relationships. Now, Queen's has long provided a space where people can debate, reflect and learn from the past. That's not to dwell on the past, but rather to better understand it, to understand the present, and perhaps most importantly, to shape the future. We take great pride in our role as a convener, a place where challenging and important conversations can take place, informed by dialogue and respect. So today we'll explore all aspects of the agreement, its genesis, its outworkings and its legacy. We'll hear from academic experts and from those directly involved in the process, some of whom supported it and some of whom opposed it. I know this will be a fascinating exploration of a deeply important but highly contentious chapter in our shared history. So thank you once again for joining us, and thanks to all who've made this day possible. It's very much appreciated. Enjoy the discussion.
Thank you, Sir Ian. As you said, the Anglo-Irish Agreement was signed in November 1985, 40 years ago, by Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and the Taoiseach Garret FitzGerald. This significant conclusion of intense diplomacy laid the ground for subsequent accords and arguably the end of the Troubles. So to set the scene, let's have a look now at one media report on a previous anniversary of the agreement.
The hand of history, the Anglo-Irish Agreement, signed 30 years ago this weekend.
We really entered this agreement in good faith.
Nationalists can now raise their heads.
Join with us in trying to make this agreement work. Myself, as a unionist and a loyalist.
One of the Irish ministers involved was Dick Spring. 3 decades later, he says the agreement should be celebrated.
This was perhaps the most significant event since the treaty back in the 1920s. And, thankfully it led on to bigger and better things.
But Unionists hated the agreement and berated Northern Ireland office ministers wherever they went. In the middle of it was Jim Wells.
Certainly at one stage I think there was an arm wrapped around the Secretary of State's neck, but I think that was just what one would expect in the general melee that developed. A number of leading DUP members.
Looking back at the old footage, does Jim Wells accept that Unionists went too far?
Obviously, by today's standards, it's a very different way of doing things. As I said to somebody the other day, we'd probably send an email of concern to the Secretary of State. But things have moved on. The fundamental mistake was they did not bother to consult the unionist community, and that was flawed that agreement from the word go.
You seem to know where the Secretary of State and other ministers were going to be. How did you know?
There was a source within the Northern Ireland office who would ring me every night and tell me the exact movements of every member of the direct rule executive for the following day or two. So we knew where Tom King was, where Nick Scott, where Brian Mahoney, to the minute. In fact, we knew before they knew.
Loyalists weren't happy, but neither were Republicans.
Will it last? The agreement? I can't see it lasting, no. I know it's intended.
Back then and now, Danny Morrison says it was a missed opportunity.
I think we actually received the agreement by telex, I think. But I remember reading it and going through it. In my opinion, the Unionists overreacted because, of course, the Unionist veto was enshrined in it. What our criticism was is that why couldn't you have gone further and pressed for a more ambitious agreement? Because the reaction from Unionists would have been exactly the same.
30 years on, the verdict is mixed. But will history ever forget the Anglo-Irish Agreement? Never. Mark Simpson, BBC Newsline.
And today we remember the agreement 40 years on. What has changed and what is still the same? Glad to say that Dick Spring is with us today, and I'd be delighted to have a conversation with him later during the conference. Now, the Anglo-Irish Agreement created a framework for greater cooperation between Britain and Ireland on political matters, security and related issues, legal matters, including the administration of justice. It enabled an Irish government input on Northern Ireland concerns and the promotion of cross-border cooperation. For our first conference panel today, we've gathered a group of eminent historians who'll explore the genesis of the Anglo-Irish Agreement and its historical significance. To lead this conversation, I'm delighted to introduce to you Dr. Susie Deedigan, a historian of modern Ireland who is the programme manager of the Arons Project, a joint initiative between the University of Notre Dame and the Royal Irish Academy. She will introduce all of the panellists for our first session this morning. So put your hands together and welcome, please, Dr. Susie Deedigan.
Thanks so much, Donna. I'm absolutely delighted to introduce this panel on historical perspectives on the agreement. So we have Professor Lord Bew, who is Emeritus Professor of Politics here at Queen's and has been an independent crossbench peer in the House of Lords since 2012. He is the author, as many of you will know, of numerous publications, including The Making and Remaking of the Good Friday Agreement and Ireland, The Politics of Enmity, which forms part of the Oxford History of Modern Europe series. He's also a member of the Royal Irish Academy, a member of the British Irish Parliamentary Assembly and former president of the Irish Association, and acted as an historical advisor to the Bloody Sunday Tribunal. Professor Paul Arthur is Honorary Professor in Peace Studies at Ulster University and has been a Senior Fellow at the United States Institute of Peace, a Fulbright Scholar at Stanford, Joan B. Kroc Peace Scholar at the University of San Diego, and most recently Distinguished Visiting Professor at Chapman University. He's also acted as a consultant for the World Bank and the United Nations Research Institute for Social Development. Throughout the 90s, he was involved in initiatives concerning the Northern Ireland conflict, lessons from which were shared in Colombia, Guatemala, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and West Asia. And also joining us this morning, we have Professor Margaret O'Callaghan, who is Professor of Modern Irish History and Politics at Queen's, and has published on British high politics and the state apparatus in Ireland from the 19th century to the Revolution, including on subjects such as the political position of women in independent Ireland, the genealogy of partition, commemoration, key figures in republicanism and unionism, the nationalist formation of Roger Casement and his relation to British imperial policy. And she is currently working on Alice Stopford Green and her spheres of influence. So thank you all for joining me on stage. Do you... I think so, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, thank you. Is that okay? Yeah. Would you prefer to speak from the... Yeah, I'll say. So we'll begin with short opening remarks from each of our panellists, and then we'll have a discussion before we open to the floor. So we'll begin with Professor O'Callaghan.
Hi, I was asked to keep my remarks brief and historical. Oh, sorry. Is it on? It is on, yeah? Okay, there are a variety of contexts in which the Anglo-Irish Agreement can be understood. One is teleological, in that we see it from our perspective in the present, through the outworkings of the succeeding 40 years, from 1985 to 2025, culminating in our recent positionings on what's happened in Anglo-Irish relations, particularly since Brexit. Another way that we can see it is historically in a variety of historical frames. The frame of the long and contested history between Britain and Ireland, or perhaps we can see it comparably. We can see these 40 years comparably to that period from the new departure in Irish politics under Parnell from the 1880s, the Home Rule Bill of 1886, and that strange 30-year period between the 1886 bill and the rising of 1916. And indeed the years after that, during which Ireland was partitioned by Britain. This partition was, of course, a British state answer to the complex political realignments within both Irish nationalism and Irish unionism precipitated by democratisation in the 1880s. High political and popular movements, that is to say nationalism and unionism, which in many ways formed and determined one another in their respective interactions with the British state. This all culminated, in a way, in the Boundary Commission of 1925, which sealed and stabilised that compromise of partition. But the Anglo-Irish Agreement can also be seen in the frame of politics within Northern Ireland and indeed the Irish state since partition, and relations between those two entities, particularly since 1925. Its immediate context was, of course, the beginning of the so-called Troubles from the mid-1960s. The complex internal problems of Northern Ireland had been locked within that entity for the years from partition up to the 1960s. Westminster kept out of direct dealings for an entity it had armed and stabilised in the 1920s. The convention whereby Ulster Conservatives and Tories in the Conservative and Tory party kept so-called internal matters, that is, internal to Northern Ireland, to Stormont and out of Westminster until the 60s, ensured there was little scrutiny. The role, of course, of Northern Ireland in World War II, its strategic importance in the face of Irish neutrality, paid off for Northern Ireland in the commitment of the London government to the maintenance of Northern Ireland within the UK in the Ireland Act of 1949. A decade earlier, Articles 2 and 3 of the 1937 Irish Constitution claimed Northern Ireland as part of the so-called Irish National Territory, and then the Ireland Act, of course, just 10 years later, at World War later, was the other side of this coin. In this extremely useful book called Brokering the Good Friday Agreement, The Untold Story, edited by Mary Daly, it contains sections on Sunningdale, on the Anglo-Irish Agreement and the Good Friday Agreement. But in this book, many from the Irish Department of Foreign Affairs represent the Good Friday Agreement as a culmination of a series of attempts, Sunningdale, the Anglo-Irish Agreement, and it, by the Irish government to claim a space for itself in relation to the future of Northern Ireland from the outbreak of the Troubles. For Irish officials from the early 1970s, the institutional memory built up in those years was a trail by which they navigated. Whereas for the respective British negotiating sides at Sunningdale, the Anglo-Irish Agreement, and later the Good Friday Agreement, these three negotiations were more like discrete episodes in the business of managing Northern Ireland in the light of changing British interests. From an Irish perspective, it was as if all prior structures had been forgotten, if not abandoned, at each of these three junctures. Apparently new constructions every time. Brexit, I suppose, emphasised that apparent British lack of interest in institutional memory. But that is subject, I think, to other interpretations. This perhaps reflects the relative imbalance in how importantly the issue of Northern Ireland looked from a British as opposed to an Irish point of view. The Irish scramble in foreign affairs to get up to speed, particularly after '69, is well documented in the recently published volume of Irish Documents on Foreign Policy, edited by Michael Kennedy and others, and recently reviewed in the Dublin Review of Books by Rory Montgomery. And that was an attempt, if you like, to get up to speed on what was happening, particularly with nationalists in the north. And it is clearly documented. But it's interesting that they had to get up to speed. British interests appeared to remain the same, but the respective agreements were of specific contingencies at a particular time in their shifting policy priorities. So what made agreement possible in 1985? We're going to discuss that more fully in a minute. But Charles Haughey's meeting with Thatcher in Dublin was the first new public move on relations between Dublin and London since the collapse of Sunningdale, when effectively the new Labour government had decided to have no choice but to buck to unionist pressure. They could not afford to fight on two fronts in Northern Ireland. Effectively, after the collapse of Sunningdale, the British government had gone to an Ulsterisation, criminalisation and normalisation approach in Northern Ireland. Diplock courts and an end to internment had shifted the site of contestation into the prisons. Escalation was always tricky for Dublin, hence Haughey's attempts to lift the debate from the prisons to the upland vistas of NATO, new security arrangements, and a settlement or totality of relations. This did not fly, but it changed the game for Garret Fitzgerald, who had his eyes set upon larger aims in the light particularly of the hunger strikes. If Dublin governments were always wary since 1969 of the galvanising effects the troubles in the Bogside, Bloody Sunday, internment, and in this particular time period the hunger strikes could have on southern public opinion, Colin Cruise O'Brien perhaps articulated this position most clearly, but his conclusions and aims were not quite Fitzgerald's. The New Ireland Forum represented a more clear new articulation of the South's identification with Northern nationalism, but it to a degree lacked an insight into how distinct Irish nationalism, North and South, had become and increasingly were becoming after decades of separate state formation. The New Ireland Forum was supposed to propose a redefinition of an Irish nationalist position, but it specifically excluded the then politicising IRA in the form of Sinn Féin. There was an assumption that so-called moderate nationalism in Northern Ireland could be shown that legitimate nationalist aims could be addressed through alternative routes, non-violent ones. Just about to finish. In this context, the Foreign Affairs Initiative, articulated by Michael Lillis, sought to create a new template for a constructive SDLP-style nationalism which could vindicate Irish national aims by peaceful means. Increased security cooperation was the strong offer from Dublin to get Margaret Thatcher to think differently about how to deal with Northern Ireland. The reframing implicit in the Anglo-Irish Agreement sought to break a unionist stranglehold on political accommodation for Northern nationalists in a pattern laid down by John Hume.
Thank you so much, Margaret. I think we will hear from Paul Arthur next, please. Thank you.
I also want to concentrate on context and say very little about the agreement itself. And I really want to look at events from about 1975 onwards. And I bookmark my remarks with two short quotes, one from a political scientist and one from a politician. Richard Rose, in a book he wrote in 1976 called Northern Ireland, A Time of Choice, concluded thus: the problem is that there is no solution. So that's probably the most prominent political scientist of this generation. The problem is that there's no solution. The politician I want to quote is John Kelly, Fine Gael backbencher at the New Ireland Forum, when he says, "It is probably the first time that since Patrick arrived that the representatives of the hierarchy have had to think on their feet." Now, the first quotation I pick is because of time scales, and the second is because of the reality on the ground. There's a rapid movement from 75 to the signing of 76 to the signing of the agreement in 85, and when you look at the life cycle of a conflict, the Norwegian peace researcher Johan Galtung talks about 3 different phases. The first is the first is diagnosis, then prognosis, and the final one, which we're living through now, is therapy. Thankfully, I will not be talking about that. If you get and this is where I think Rose's statement is quite important, but I think that what we need to do is make a distinction between the pessimism of his statement and the danger of drifting towards fatalism. Because if you take events from 75 onwards, in fact, just going back to 74, you had the UWC strike, and then you had the hunger strikes. You had the conditions in Southern Ireland where in the early 80s, in an 18-month period, you had 3 changes of government. And if you look at, for example, the attitude that prevailed in Dublin at the time, when you look at opinion polls, Northern Ireland always came 7th on the list of concerns for Southern constituents. And I think one illustration of that is a very good book written by Dervla Murphy in 1978 called A Place Apart. Dervla Murphy was a great travel writer. Her earlier adventures are taking her to India twice, to Gaza, to the Andes, and then she turned her attention to Northern Ireland. She was 44 years of age. She said she spent 36 hours in the north in her whole life. And that's an illustration, if you like, the gap of understanding between many people in the south and what the realities were in the north. And I would argue that the UWC strike led to a form of catharsis in the Republic where people were turned off pretty badly and didn't really want, particularly under Liam Cosgrave. So in that respect, I think what really is important in this period is a series of reports that come out, in particular the New Ireland Forum report. The New Ireland Forum report, I believe, has been misunderstood. I think that what it was it opened up the prospect of proper dialogue, but more importantly, rather than just simply dismiss it as a nationalist report, I think you have to see it in its entirety. And when you look at it in its entirety, what you have, of course, are some very good reports on the demography of violence, on the economics of the island, and on the law north and south. And although unionism was not represented, with the exception of the 2 Gypsy brothers, unionist voices were heard, as were voices from the churches as well. So the final report, while being nationalist in outlook, I think, according to John White, the most important thing was that it saw that the real problem was the clash of identities in Northern Ireland, and that had to be dealt with. So from my perspective, the New Ireland Forum was a classic example of unlearning the mistakes of the past. Because what happens is, if you move in too soon on a solution, you have the wrong cognitive framework and you're not in a position to offer answers. So what we had to do was we had to go through things such as the New Ireland Forum, which led to a whole series of reports after that. I suppose the Kilbrandon report, which came from the British Irish Association, is a very good example of it. Also, the Social Democrats had their own report. John Biggs Davison. It was opening up the space to have a proper look at what the Northern Ireland problem was, and in that respect, it was very important. 2 other points I think that need to be emphasised. One is, and I think we'll get this in some of the other sessions, was just how important personality was in this particular negotiation. Geoffrey Howe, for example, says that Margaret Thatcher established a very good chemistry with Gareth Fitzgerald. In fact, she compared it to the chemistry that she had with Mikhail Gorbachev. And you also, of course, had the very strong chemistry between Dermot Nally and Lord Armstrong. And those small groups of diplomats played a very important role, played an essential role in moving the whole thing forward. And finally, I would just say that when you look at post-agreement, when I speak about opening up dialogue, I would mention 2 reports in particular. One was called An End to Drift, the Joint Unionist document, which came out in January of '78. And the title is intriguing and revealing. And the second was Common Sense, which came from the New Ulster Political Research Group, which is really well worthwhile going back to look at, because that did demonstrate that new thinking was needed on the side of unionism. And I would argue that even though Margaret Thatcher came to regret signing the agreement, I think that in the longer term, she recognised that what it did was it opened up the space to have a proper civilised dialogue and conversation. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's on.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul and Margaret, for setting the scene. And I have to say, I'm glad that I'm going to try and take this forward. I'm slightly embarrassed because I look around the room and I see people who were really in the fire of 1985, like John Cushnan. I see many DFA officials who worked on the agreement on the Irish side. And let me say that nothing I say is a criticism of the Irish government in this period. I am going to take a more, because I really don't think it's the fault of the Irish government, things that went wrong with the agreement of '85. It is really a problem with the British government. The first thing, it is the beginning, I suppose, of my career involvement in frontline politics, in the sense that Margaret Thatcher famously said, right about then, there's no such thing as a free lunch. One of her many political lies. I never had so many free lunches. After the agreement of '85, endless lunches in the NIO, endless lunches, as people in the NIO who had not been much involved in the creation of the agreement. People here will speak, Chris will later, more precisely about that. But I think the phrase "not much involved in the creation of the agreement," which was driven from Downing Street, has been said, that endless free lunches. That's my first recollection of the impact of the '85 agreement. But there are, to be put this bluntly, and you can say it in this university, and the history department head, the chair of history is here. Back in the day, when I first came to Queen's, Michael Roberts, the great historian of Sweden, was the chair of history, and Michael Roberts used to write about Oxenstierna, the great Swedish chancellor, advisor to Gustavus Adolphus. And one of Oxenstierna's great lines is, "Know you not, my son," to his son, "with how little wisdom the world is governed." Now, I think this is a case in point. I have very sharp memories. One is that the summer of '85, there are local government elections. That gives you very precise knowledge of what's going on in Northern Irish politics. My colleague Sidney Elliott at Queen's did brilliant statistical work. He was numerate, unlike the rest of us, and put together these volumes, which are very rapidly published, available by the autumn, certainly long before November. Interesting things in it. For example, SDLP transfers, not like today, 2-to-1 to Alliance. Right? That immediately raises the question about what do we mean when we talk about the alienation of Catholic Northern Ireland. There were 2-to-1 to Alliance then. And the thing I remember most clearly is about 2 months after the agreement was signed, Mark Elliott, former ambassador to Israel, was head of the Secretariat, called Sidney in and asked him to bring up those figures, which would be published some months earlier. It's the first time anybody in the British government had actually looked at, it's like a surgeon deciding to operate on you, but not much bothering whether you have cancer or a heart problem. Nobody had actually looked. This is detailed knowledge of where Northern Ireland is going, and tendencies and transfers and so on, and nobody had looked at it. That's about just a simple observation. There's a huge intelligence failure at the heart on the British side of '85. They did not know, and already 87 is the big excellent haul, but already 4 shiploads of weaponry had arrived from Libya. It doesn't appear anywhere in any of the documents we've seen that the British knew. That really matters. I can remember the Robin Wilson interview with Martin McGuinness in 87, 88, 1987, 1988, saying we're going to give it a lash now, which you would do if you just got all these weapons of war. In the end, self-defeating weapons of war, as many IRA people have told me. But at the time, that seemed like a big positive thing from their point of view. So you're looking at a policy based on an intelligence policy. And none of this is a DFA problem, because it's not your problem. But it is a problem on the British side, and a major intelligence failure. And she very, very rapidly becomes disenchanted. There's now in the public domain a February 86 document. We all know, as Paul said, in her memoirs, etc., she says she regrets it. She says things like the intelligence cooperation with Ireland was worse than any other European country, 88, 89. And of course, the big attraction for her was enhanced intelligence cooperation. You were taking on something you knew would make the Unionists angry, but you would live with that for the enhanced intelligence cooperation. And she says in her memoir she got nothing out of it. There's a 1986, February 86 meeting with Garrett, which the man I share a room with in London, Charles Paul, wrote, and the memo, it's so brutal, in which this is early February 86, and she is so angry. I've got nothing. Everything the union is saying, criticism is right. Of what this agreement has done, this is, she's very critical of SDLP, very critical of the Irish government, and it's such a brutal text. That's now in the public domain, and anybody who wants to check now. Thatcher Foundation have also reproduced it. February 86, she's furious, very brutal. John Hume Foundation can live with Margaret Thatcher being brutal about John Hume, but very brutal about John Hume, and just really, really striking. She says everything they say about you is right. At one point, about this critique of the thing. Now that, by the way, before we go too far, Paul is quite right. It did open up the space. Unionist politics was set in a rut. It's a matter of, regardless of whether you think of unionism or nationalism as a political philosophy generally, the actual unionist leadership was really stagnant. I can remember 8 days before the agreement, Molyneux saying, I remember reading in the Irish Times, there would be no agreement. And I remember I immediately got a phone call with my friend Bruce Anderson, who was then a producer on Weekend World and very well got in conservative circles, saying this is nonsense. I said, I've just read Molyneux saying this, no, there will be no agreement, saying utter nonsense. So there's it's absolutely correct to say it opened up, and I'll just put it like this, the unimaginative nature of unionist leadership. That's very kind in this period. But finally, to say one further thing, and I will now, I realize I must now end. There is no direct line from the agreement of 85. The major government took the Thatcher view. There was briefing from Number 10 in the early 90s, that effing awful agreement. And there's a tendency in Ireland to just blot that out. It's perfectly well documented. The major government knew that this event, you had to have a new approach, which involved a new approach to Sinn Féin. Their electoral support, by the way, drops from 10.8 to 10.4 as a result of the agreement. The impact is small on terms of Sinn Féin's side, and a new approach to the unionists. And that is the basis of the agreement of 1998. It's philosophically, it's not a direct line, it's a shift and an acknowledgement on the British side of the faults of the agreement of 85.
Thank you so much. And thanks to all three of you there for sort of giving us a broad overview of context, really, from the new departure up to those remarks just there. I think maybe we'll focus in a little bit specifically on what, and you touched on this already, but what made this particularly possible in 85? So what were the kind of specific social, political, security dynamics that brought the two governments together at that point? And I'm happy for any of you to take that question.
Well, Paul Arthur, you spoke about personal relationships. I mean, there were concatenations of circumstances, the hunger strikes, apparent, the position of the SDLP, the language of national alienation, but on top of that, I think there is a very peculiar concatenation of individuals and circumstances. In other words, somebody like Peter Barry in Foreign Affairs in Dublin, the extent to which they put people on the ground in Northern Ireland, which they... So I think it's obvious political factors, but personality is incredibly... I mean, I think it's a perfect example of how the personality of politicians and senior officials determine occurrences.
Yeah, there's one thing I didn't say, and I think it was incredibly important, and that is the whole international dimension. The architects of the agreement were hoping that of the New Ireland Forum were hoping that it would be finished in time for the Taoiseach to be in Washington for St. Patrick's Day. And also you had the Hagerup report coming from Europe. It's the first time a European institution really addressed the problem in Northern Ireland. So that international dimension, I think, becomes really important with the creation of the Four Horsemen and their annual St. Patrick's Day statements. And for example, as early as 1977, Ted Kennedy wrote into the Congressional Record a paean on behalf of the Ulster Scots. That was the beginning of August of 77. At the end of August 77, you had the Carter Statement. And much of what is in the Carter Statement is built into the Anglo-Irish Agreement of 85. And if you, for example, take the reaction of Margaret Thatcher to the New Ireland Forum, where she used the word out, as someone said, as if it was a four-letter word. She used it 3 times. The reaction from the United States was one where 100 congressional figures came out in support of it. President Reagan on St. Patrick's Day also spoke very, very favourably. And I think it's Lord McAlpine who said that Margaret Thatcher's quoted as saying, "It was the Americans that made me do it." So the internationalisation of how you deal with the conflict, I think, was very important indeed.
And thank you for that. And the international context, I suppose, maybe leads me to ask what the domestic constraints in kind of London, in Belfast, and in Dublin were that sort of shaped the actual negotiations. Perhaps, yeah.
Actually, domestic constraints are small. There's a line I remember, actually from my friend Bruce's journalism at the time. Cabinet Minister asked about it, and the Cabinet Minister says, as a lot of them we now know were very sceptical, but you're playing with the casino's money. That's what he says. In other words, from a British point of view, the whole thing was expensive, bloody mess. And yeah, this may not work, and they could see quite quickly the reasons why it wasn't going to work, and in a way didn't deserve to work, but you're playing with the casino's money. And this is when I refer to my criticism of Molyneux and Paisley on, you've got to have, if you're in Westminster, you've got to feel that a lot of people are feeling that way, and you've got to act politically, and there's no excuse for, quite apart from generosity of spirit, there's no excuse for not, which you might have had or not have, there's no excuse for just being asleep to that point and just assume you could put your head down and battle on and it would never happen. I agree with everything that Paul has just said very precisely and correctly about America. But again, Reagan's diaries, they're just such full of admiration for Thatcher, adoration, you know, and they were probably stated, that you say to yourself, she could probably have withstood. She could probably have said, Ronnie, you know, all things there, let me explain to you why, if you read Reagan's diaries, it's not such a vital move. As it is, it happened the way exactly Paul has described. But that's, as far as Westminster is concerned, playing with the casino's money. That's what they thought they were doing. And they weren't, I mean, there were plenty of cabinet, it was very easy to shift to saying it's not working. And that was conventional wisdom, majority of cabinet ministers. And when Major came in, the conventional wisdom was that this is a failure and we're going to have to try something new. New officials were brought into the NIO, John Chilcott, Quentin Thomas. A whole new package of approach was developed. And apart from unionist alienation, there was the issue of the fact the provers were not going away either politically or militarily. And of course, something else, unionist violence shoots up. Unionist, loyalist paramilitaries killed 2 people, I think, something like that, tiny number the year before the agreement, because Margaret Thatcher was reliable to them, Roy Mason was reliable to them. Loyalist terrorism fades right away. After the agreement, it shoots right. There's 1 year. You're moving from 40-odd killings a year, 40 to 50 in the mid-80s, to 90-odd, 100-odd. And there's 1 year Loyalists actually kill more people than the IRA, and I've forgotten which one it is, between 85 and the early 90s. So again, it becomes the conventional wisdom. This hasn't worked. That's why Major appoints Patrick Mayhew, because he was known to be the member of the cabinet most contemptuous of the 85 agreement, and had almost resigned over it. That's why he becomes the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland.
But so, Paul, in a way, you're saying the British let it die on its feet 2 or 3 years after it was introduced, aren't you? You're kind of saying it's like, you know, Calvin Coolidge, it's dead, how can you tell? That they didn't really work the Anglo-Irish agreement after about 3 years. And to some extent, I can accept that, but others may not. But nonetheless, did the fact of it not change a lot politically in terms of, you know, positions left open or perceptions of what nationalism could or could not achieve here?
That last point I agree completely.
I mean, in other words, does it not kind of put in stone a kind of 2 traditions language?
I agree
which
with
had not previously existed. So even if the British froze on it, turned on it, changed, and we could have a whole discussion on what is the nature of the relationship between the Anglo-Irish Agreement and the Good Friday Agreement. Are they lineal descendants or not? Nonetheless, the whole 2 traditions language was what the Anglo-Irish Agreement firmly put in place. And that's never really gone away. So I would say that's a hugely fundamental shift that the Anglo-Irish Agreement affected. Would you agree?
I do agree with that. And I also think that, looking at down, for example, the whole David Trimble leadership of the Ulster Unionist Party in the end comes into being precisely because, and to me it's amazing Mullen survived so many years after. Now, part of it is that with the Downing Street Declaration, and Robin Eames played a major role in this, Molyneux was brought in, and that gave him an extra lifespan a bit. But I mean, it's amazing how many, but fundamentally there was a leadership of the Ulster Unionist Party. Trimble believed that this was a defeat inflicted by, and he never spoke out, sit in the Lords with him, and he would never speak out to Robert Armstrong or Geoffrey Howe.
He believed the Anglo-Irish Agreement was a defeat.
Oh, a massive defeat, and he never forgave. To be clear, he thought for 2 reasons. One is the blow to something he believed in, the Union, and the other, he did think a lot of people had died. And these people were, a lot of people had died who wouldn't otherwise have died, which is also true. And the figures are pretty much indisputable. And he never spoke to either of them. Many times at a long table, I'd see Armstrong or I would talk to them, and they often said, and Geoffrey Howe, interesting, rather bizarre things about what they thought they were doing. But he would never address a word to them. But it's no doubt in his mind, he believed, and he blamed Powell and Powell's influence. And there is a kind of thing here. Powell had a relationship with Thatcher, which was based, Thatcher was his student or whatever, his ideas on the economy. But he was actually more jealous of her. So Powell was meeting regularly in this period of the Conservative Philosophy Group with Thatcher at Jonathan Aiken's house. And there was a much more prickly relationship with him because he was more jealous of her. There was a part of Powell that thought, this woman has stolen all my brilliant ideas for running the economy, right? And Molyneux believed, Enoch's in there in Jonathan Aiken's house. I'm reading these terrible stories in the Irish Times about something bad's going to happen. I don't have to worry because Enoch is there with the Prime Minister and they're having a whiskey and they're friends. They weren't friends, the relationship between them. And David was right about this, by the way. So the relationship between Thatcher and Powell was actually in the end, she says Enoch was right. And I'm mentioning this now because it's a bit more complicated. And then she said Enoch was right about the Agreement of 85. She's on record as saying that. You know, that at the time in the lead up to it, the relationship between them was prickly, and Molyneux didn't have the wherewithal or the human insight to work that out. And that's why he was telling the Irish Times 8 days before the agreement docked, it's not going to happen. But he thought he was on the inside track. He was on no inside track. But a new leadership of unionism emerges, which said basically we have to act. We cannot, whatever the defining feature of Trimble and the people around him was the feeling we have to try and do something, not just keep your head down, which was the Molyneux position. I mean, I'd say this very briefly, I once wrote a piece, semi-sympathetic to Molyneux, talking about Kutuzov, which is the War and Peace. Kutuzov is the Russian general who sits there and Napoleon wins here, Napoleon wins there, Napoleon wins there, and he just sits there and says the snow will get them. And in the end, the snow gets Napoleon. And that was Molyneux's attitude to politics. It's just there was no snow.
Thank you. We might bring Paul in on that.
Yeah. If you look at the debate in the House of Commons after the agreement was signed and look at the majority, I think it was the largest majority that Margaret Thatcher ever had in her time. 47 people voted against it. Essentially, on the mainland, as I say, there was acquiescence. People wanted to be turned off. If you go into the next room and look at some of the Prony documents, there's one of a meeting between Margaret Thatcher and Jim Molyneux and Ian Paisley. And she was incandescent with rage at their attitude. In fact, it was Douglas Hurd described Margaret Thatcher as the anti-unionist unionist. Her anti-unionism was towards the leadership of unionist politics. So, and if you look at in terms of the outgoings of the agreement, her losses were very, very small. Ian Gow was a big loss to her. Tom King says that in the 87 election there were some Scottish Conservative seats lost because she had signed the agreement, but that was about the height of it. And so if you weren't going to have, coming from England, a really strong position, then she was going to go along with it. And Powell, by this stage, was a busted flush.
Thank you. And really interesting context there on kind of, you know, Margaret, you said we could have a whole discussion about the linear relationship or not, as it might be, between the Anglo-Irish Agreement and Good Friday. But I think actually I'd quite like us to just row back a little and maybe get into some of the specifics of the arrangements and proposals prior to the Anglo-Irish Agreement, and just a bit of the context on how did those earlier arrangements and proposals inform the approach that ended up being taken in 85. And I know that was covered in the opening remarks, but maybe just to give a bit more. And so how did the earlier arrangements and proposals that were, you know, from Sunnydale up inform the approach that was taken in 85? Just kind of expand on the detail there.
That goes back to my pretentious comment about cognitive frameworks and about the need to unlearn. They moved prematurely into finding a solution with the 74 power sharing government. It didn't work. And one of the lessons learned from that, which is built into the 85 agreement, is that you have to produce a construct that cannot be boycotted. And that is precisely one of the reasons why 85 worked. Beyond that, there was just this sense, for example, when Britain and Ireland entered the European Economic Community in 1973, the Quai d'Orsay had got some reservations about having them in because of the conflict in Ireland. You know, Europe was this, there were no ethnic conflicts, with the exception of the Basque conflict. And this was seen as something that, you know, might damage the image of Europe. So being part of Europe, and particularly the functional cooperation that comes out of having to deal with Europe, becomes very, very important. And secondly, the summitry of Europe, where officials from both sides were now meeting on a regular basis. And in fact, Margaret Thatcher, at some of her more important meetings during some of those European summits, So all of those played into, I mean, Europe believed it was a classic example of governing with consensus. And the Anglo-Irish Agreement was supposed to move in that direction as well.
I suppose what was what was infuriating from a unionist point of view was the kind of, well, to use political science language, the potential coercive consociationalism of the settlement, because when Paul Arthur is talking about how the Sunningdale settlement was pulled down, there was something to actually pull down. But the way in which the Anglo-Irish Agreement had been constructed meant that there weren't obvious institutions that could, I mean, you could vote certainly, but you couldn't pull institutions down in that way. And that's, I think, why it was so infuriating for unionism, and also probably why, if you look at groups like the Cadogan Group, or Paul's talking about Trimble, I mean, one of the things that the Anglo-Irish Agreement does is it galvanises unionism and gets it to look at itself and examine how to protect itself in a potentially totally new game. So that's kind of not directly answering your question, but I think it kind of relates to it.
I mean, that's why I was emphasising the two documents that come out afterwards, An End to Drift and Common Sense. As a result of An End to Drift, two of the authors, Peter Robinson and Frank Miller, resigned from their posts inside their separate parties, which was an example of just how angry they felt about their own political leadership. And if you look at Common Sense has taken a great lot from the American federal system and the whole question of Bill of Rights and all the rest of it. So I don't think that unionism and loyalism would have put themselves in that position had it not been for the Anglo-Irish Agreement.
I agree fully with that point. It definitely led to an intellectual awakening in unionism, which was dead with the approach that Monaghan actually had. Now, but I would add, there's one difficulty about this. Margaret has mentioned coercive consociationalism, and it was a phrase used by academics at the time, but actually it wasn't. It became a thing where the NIO started by 87 of flapping around for something to do and saying, Chris McKay back come in on this, but I well remember it was saying if only you'd agree to power sharing, you could knock this out. There's an interview with Margaret Thatcher, Beltel, which talks about knocking it out by power sharing, and there's the same interview, by the way, she says, and nobody believed her. She said, when she was asked about how long would the Union survive, and nobody on either side believed her. She said, I'll be looking down from heaven on Northern Ireland within the Union. We all now know, well, you might disagree with where she's looking from, but we all now know that her statement was absolutely spot on. And Hilary Benn last week said she'd be looking down or up for quite a while. So, but it did fantastically. Most unionists did not believe that reassurance. But the key thing is, well, they were also right not to believe really there is no knocking out of the intergovernmental structures by devolution. And I have a letter from Sir Robert Andrew, then the head of the NIO, saying it was just a lip service. The agreement just paid lip service to the principle of devolution. It was a decision, and that by an official who, while he wasn't up to the heart of making it, was certainly at the heart of the early implementation. We just paid lip service to the principle of devolution. That's what the letter says. It was the real point was the Intergovernmental Conference. And I do think it's worth saying that, because I've been very unsympathetic to some of the unionist problems in that period, but that was a real difficulty. And her Belfast Telegraph interview was simply wrong. She was by that time hoping it was right, and the NIO was sliding in. And I can remember the horror of being one of the many free dinners, free lunches, as I said, that Margaret Thatcher gave me by the agreement of 85, and I'd never had one before. I remember at one of them, I had the letter from Robert Andrew in my pocket saying we're just paying lip service in the early 90s to the unfortunate NIO official who was telling me the policy was devolution. And this is what I said, well, actually, here's your permanent secretary, just paying lip service to it. And that's what they were doing in the liaison. That was a big problem for thinking your way out of it. It required that major rethink of major. And those incredible briefings from Downing Street, that effing awful agreement, we're not repeating that. You know, and that was the conventional wisdom of the major government. And there's a tendency in Ireland just to blot that out.
But you're saying there's a strong negative reaction by the major government after the... Yeah, I would accept that totally. But it does, nonetheless, it has kind of altered the ground in terms of what can be done with nationalism in the north. That is not reversible, yeah? And I suppose the other thing is that the law of unintended consequences means that over time the SDLP gives way. In other words, if the Anglo-Irish Agreement was designed to defeat Sinn Féin and ensure that they did not rise electorally, that I suppose is not what happened.
Absolutely not. It's absolutely not what happened. And I mean, that's why in the early, Nicholas Scott was the security minister, and there was early polling immediately after the agreement, which shows the Sinn Féin drop in support to 3-5%. I'm sure John Kushner remembers it. When it came to the first real election, the Sinn Féin drop was 10.8 to 10.4. That's not a price worth paying for 200,000 unionists outside the City Hall, all the attacks on the IUC families, etc., etc. It's simply, anybody can see. This is what I'm saying. British politicians are not intensely stupid. They can add up, they can see what that means, and they can see what the costs were. And this is what leads into the rethink in the major period.
It may be worth it, though, if you've moved to a language of two traditions from the notion of just a disloyal minority.
Yeah, no, I completely agree that, I mean, I stress more the fact that it wakes unionism up intellectually from its long torpor, and people are looking for solutions, and they have to take into account that the position of nationalist Northern Ireland is transformed by that agreement. And that's why at no point have I criticised the Irish government for what it did, because it's its business to look after that. I have a letter from David Goodall, a very sad letter in 1994, long letter, which I'm going to put into the Churchill archives to me. And it was, he'd seen an early draft of the book that became Northern Ireland Between War and Peace, which I'd written with Henry Patterson. And he was very upset that we were not criticising the Irish government. And, you know, it hadn't worked out, but that was because the SDLP wasn't generous enough, the Irish government wasn't generous enough. And it's a very, very sad letter in which and it's very pessimistic, much too pessimistic as it happens about the future. Goodall being one of the two officials with Armstrong most involved in this, and whose career suffered. He did not get the promotions that he was expecting because she paid him out. He got an ambassadorship, but not what he was looking for. He was looking for Paris and Germany, and she paid him out, said, I'm going to find somewhere very green for you. She famously said to him. But the point is, and she complains about the book that Henry and I had written. There's no point in saying the Irish government had an agenda historically given to it, or the SDLP, and we're complaining about that. And he's constantly complaining in this thing. If only they were fair and meant to meet unionist concerns more. Pointless.
Thank you. Just to sort of summarise before we move to questions from the floor, if each of you, and perhaps we'll start with Paul, how do you as historians, and you've touched on this, summarise the kind of limitations and achievements of the agreement at this juncture, 40 years on, kind of the key achievements and limitations? Paul, we might come to you first.
I remember an article written in Foreign Affairs in January of '86 by Bill Shannon, who'd been the former US ambassador to Ireland, And, so this is shortly after the agreement is signed. And he made the comment that it may take until the end of the century before we see whether this is going to succeed or not. That was a prescient remark. You had the agreement in 1998. I do believe that there is a sort of, you can move from Carter in 77 to the 1985 agreement to the 1998 agreement. And I remember interviewing Lord Armstrong, who was insistent that you would not have had the 1998 agreement had you not had the 1985 agreement. So its significance was that it opened up the whole business. In the Republic of Ireland, for example, when Gareth Fitzgerald became Taoiseach, he said that he was going to start a constitutional crusade, which really was a republican crusade, to reinstate what republicanism should be in that part of the island. And it was still born. He says in his memoirs that he said, it's not dead, but it's asleep. So all of these things were, I think, all part of the same sort of thing, where people were beginning to have self-confidence to really challenge what appeared to be facts that couldn't be denied. Everything was now open for question. And John Kelly's remark about the hierarchy was again spot on, because we know what's happened ever since.
Thank you. Paul?
I largely agree with what Paul has just said. I just do think that it should be added that by the late 80s, by the arrival of Chilcot and Thomas, none of those people, and Chilcot was a major player, and the idea was the NIO needed now to have major Whitehall figures at the head of it. None of those people believed that the agreement of 85 could possibly work in its own terms. It's as simple as that. I never had a conversation with either of them. You got into a new thing, the selfish strategic, the declaration of selfish strategic interest. That was Gorbachev produced. Of course, there's a question as to whether it's true today, however you define it. And there's a huge debate in London about that. I mean, well, the world has moved on, but no selfish strategic interests. All these things were worked out with still Charles Powell, but never would have occurred to either Chilcot or Quentin Thomas, the political director, to think that this was working out just fine 4 or 5 years in. Never would have occurred to them. It's important to understand that was a big shift in policy. You needed to bring the Unionists in from their internal exile, and you needed to bring Sinn Féin in. And the great sufferers there are, once you get that policy, is constitutional nationalism. There are complicated electoral processes at work, and I have absolutely no doubt Catholic women would be more willing to vote for Sinn Féin once they stop killing people, is a major factor. But it is important to just register that change of emphasis when we're talking about EFA. Dick Spring is right. It's the most important intergovernmental agreement since the treaty. Absolutely right when he says that, but it's also true that it lost its legs within a few years.
Thank you. And Margaret?
Well, as I've said already, it transforms fundamentally the position of the minority, as they were called in Northern Ireland. They're no longer just a disloyal minority, nor can they ever be put in that position again. So that's its core and central achievement. It intellectually galvanises unionism. It perhaps demonstrates the unfortunate fact that zero-sum is still at the heart of the politics of Northern Ireland. And the Anglo-Irish Agreement sought also, I suppose, to solve a problem of governability by pushing, I suppose, Northern Unionists towards power sharing. But it may well be that the problem of governability in Northern Ireland is as unresolved today as it was in 1985, only perhaps we don't like to admit it.
That's a great note for us to move to questions on. If you'd briefly introduce yourselves and then keep questions brief, because we have about just under 20 minutes before we need to wrap up. Just at the front here.
Former leader of the Alliance Party.
I'll just let you get a mic. Sorry, John. Thank you.
John Cushnahan, former leader of the Alliance Party. Indeed, I'm the only party leader of that period in Northern Ireland that's still alive, as is Dick Spring, the only surviving party leader in the Republic. And thank you, Paul Bew, for your comments, but I want to respond to him in this sense and ask you and Paul Arthur the role of the Alliance Party in the immediacy of the agreement, because the footage that was shown of Ian Paisley addressing hundreds of thousands of loyalists at the City Hall, the only two targets he attacked were Maggie Thatcher and me. And we were the only party that confronted unionism in the by-elections and the subsequent Westminster elections on this issue. And Alliance took a number of initiatives to try and stop the unionist protest. One, I collapsed the Assembly. I went to Maggie and told her to collapse the Assembly in 1985, which was the beginning of the end of my political career, with no seat and no income. I stayed until the 87 election, but that was another thing, the Alliance Party thing. The other thing it did, when unionists were trying to suspend local councils, Alliance councillors across the province took legal action against the unionist councillors and forced them to return to business. In relation to Westminster, I met Mrs. Thatcher 4 times from 85 onwards, twice at her request and twice at mine. I did my best to try and persuade her of the merits of the agreement. But the Alliance Party also played a role in the Westminster Parliament. We were in a formal alliance with the SDP Liberals, which were quite influential at that point in time, and also I regularly would have met the leader of the Labour Party. So we tried to ensure that the Westminster parliamentarians stayed on board with the whole things. But I'd like to, I should add, by the way, there's a very detailed chapter in John Tong's recent book on the Alliance Party, which deals with the Alliance contribution to the Good Friday Agreement. But as observers of the scene, I'd like to hear your comments on what I've just said.
Thank you, John. Would anyone like to open?
I can't disagree with anything that John has just said. My one question I would raise is, what if Alliance had taken part in the New Ireland Forum? What difference would that have made? It may have made no difference, but it certainly, I think that the historical section in the New Ireland Forum is just replete with old-style Irish nationalism. One of the best commentaries on it is by the historian Oliver McDonough, when he says, he said this could have come from the 1930s. If Alliance had been there, this is in the New Ireland Forum. So, yeah, prior to the agreement. If Alliance had been there, I just wonder what impact it would have had.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come in on that? Or?
Just to say that I remember very clearly the way in which John carried himself in 85, and really have enormous respect for it. I would say, I've talked about the deterioration in the environment, the number of murders being the worst. It happened to be rising and rising and rising in the years after. But the other factor, there was a dropout, if I remember correctly, places like Carrickfergus. The Protestant vote dropped out of the Alliance Party in a number of places. Not as much as unionists were expecting, but there was certainly a drop in some place. And that again was part of the deterioration of the environment. Certainly wasn't good electorally for Alliance with moderate unionists. And that was one of the more generally, by the way, the unionists wrote in resigning the seats. They didn't either lose nor gain votes, and of course lost, I think it was Powell's seat. But yeah, but it is good. John really did, I remember on numerous occasions, really did go out of his way to try and hold the place together. And that was not easy in 1985-86.
Thank you. Another question from the floor?
Hello, my name is Charmaine Jones. I work for Northern Ireland Rural Women's Network. I was 9 years of age whenever this agreement was signed. I lived in Portadown in an interface area. It was my first time witnessing violence on the street. I seen someone get killed with a plastic bullet because of this agreement. So I would like to know what your reflections are in terms of this agreement and the impact it actually had on the escalation of violence in communities like mine.
Thank you.
It's a very difficult question because almost every political initiative that there has been since '68, and sometimes the absence of political initiatives, have resulted in quote-unquote violence. Now, I'm not rejecting the idea that there was an escalation in that period, but I suppose my answer would be trains of causation within analysing chains of causation of violence in Northern Ireland is as much a propaganda exercise as it is an actual one. So without being disingenuous, I find it slightly, I'm very sorry you had that experience, and clearly the extent of unionist resistance did, provoke a lot of protest, and I accept that. But I'm also very suspicious of the notion that just the propaganda uses to which any political initiatives outfalling can be subject. Sorry, I hope that's not an insensitive answer.
We might take another question at the front here. We might take two questions together for time.
Thank you very much. And thanks for all the commentaries. Very, very interesting. But as an SDLP member at that stage, just an ordinary SDLP executive member, the greatest frustration, I think, was prior to that, getting unionists into negotiations. Unionists refused consistently to negotiate a settlement within Northern Ireland. And it was the Anglo-Irish agreement that actually acted as the catalyst that pushed unionists into negotiations. Without the Anglo-Irish agreement, you wouldn't have had those negotiations. And of course, those negotiations were critical in leading on to the Good Friday Agreement. So the other point I would make is this. We had the North-South Secretariat set up as well. And that was a very important institution, politically, bringing North and South together, and also underlining the importance of having political negotiations. But without the Anglo-Irish Agreement, there would not have been negotiations, certainly not in the late 80s and the early 90s. So it was vitally important from that point of view.
Thank you.
And I think it's, we can look back on it now and say, well, it didn't really achieve that much. The British weren't too happy with it afterwards and all the rest. But in fact, it shifted the overall political situation, and that's what was so important.
Thank you. So the question there is around bringing unionists into conversation and also the establishment of the Secretariat and the role of that. If we go to Fergal for one more question. Thank you.
Hi there, Fergal McGarry, Professor of Irish History at Queen's. My question is actually quite similar, because this is an interesting discussion, because I think there's a broad consensus that the Anglo-Irish Agreement didn't do what it was expected to do. It doesn't do, politically, it doesn't cap Sinn Féin support, it doesn't reinforce the SDLP, it fails in its sort of security achievements. And yet I think there's also a consensus that it was a really significant agreement. So my question is really, and historians might not thank me for this, but it's a counterfactual. What would Northern Ireland have looked like without the Anglo-Irish agreement?
Thank you. So if we take those two questions together. Paul?
Well, very briefly, one thing surprises me about this morning is the words joint authority have never been uttered, and never on everybody's voice. Everybody talking about it in Belfast in 85, 86, 87. And the assumption was that this was going to be the next evolution, a false assumption. But it is worth saying, I'm mentioning that because it's destabilising. There's actually a moment in Sir Robert Andrews' letter to me in which he says, we stopped it all. Herd and I went to Dublin a few days after it was signed and told them shut up and it's not happening and so on. And that was it. That killed Joint Authority. It didn't. It was a constant thing. And that was the, so adding in the negatives, that was again destabilizing. And it was not so, and so on and so forth. And the New Ireland Forum definition, by the way, shared responsibility for all aspects of the administration of government. It was never something the Irish government was interested in, because that really would have been a burden beyond all. But so that's on the more negative side. But you're right, we can't know. And the crucial thing is it did wake unionism up. And Kutuzov was sitting there waiting for the snow, and all he had to do was sit it out. And that was just really, apart from a failure of generosity, it's also a failure of just a political imagination. So you can't really talk about it in any other way. What I'm accepting probably in the end, although the extra deaths really have not got to be forgotten. The rise, very radical death. I mean, what you've got is a loyalist parliamentary culture under Andy Tirry, right? And the most appalling song of the Troubles, the biggest and the best. But actually, in one way, wasn't. By the calm down. That explodes upwards, and there are a lot of innocent Catholics who are not with us today. So these negative things have to be met. But you're actually saying, in the end, did it really do anything? Did it eventually play a role in bringing about 1980 agreement? And in a certain indirect way, yes.
Thanks, Paul.
There's nothing to indicate, if you look at the behaviour of the unionist parties in Northern Ireland from the 1920s, even if all unionist politicians had been saints and close to God, the situation in which they found themselves up to certainly the mid-60s was one in which, no matter what they did, they were going to be in power. Their constant worry about the Northern Ireland Labour Party or anyone drifting away from them was always altered by drawing people back to the fear of attack on the union. So Ulster unionism had almost been fossilised in this unbreakable mentality where, because of the behaviour of the political culture over 3 or 4 generations, they just lacked the political flexibility to change. So in my opinion, the only way, probably, that any alteration could have taken place was something as dramatic as the Anglo-Irish Agreement. So I think of Sunningdale, the Anglo-Irish Agreement, the Good Friday Agreement. This key important one is the Anglo-Irish Agreement, and I don't think it necessarily teleologically led on to the Good Friday Agreement, because I'm not sure that I see the Good Friday Agreement as an improvement upon it. Okay, but I think, okay, unionists hated it, it drove everyone mad. Nonetheless, it altered the position of what had been, up to then, an oppressed minority in Northern Ireland. Now, where that all stands now is a whole other game.
Thank you, Paul.
Again, I'm going to repeat myself. One of the, I think, really important documents was Common Sense. Common Sense, of course, is a title that comes from Tom Paine. Not the sort of thing you expected to come from the Protestant working class. And I believe that they were influenced by a number of very prominent American lawyers in doing it. But one of the outcomes of Common Sense was that those working class people began to take an interest in politics. For example, I took 6 political education classes with members of the UDA in '98. I was approached by them. And they knew my background, which was contrary to their own. But they were interested in moving on. And I think Paul mentions the fact that, in fact, political violence under loyalism increases and under republicanism decreases. Now, to some extent, that was political violence with a purpose. I remember the Combined Loyalist Military Command, when they were meeting privately, one of the things that they believed moved the IRA towards a ceasefire was that too many of Sinn Féin supporters were being killed by them. So all of this, I think, again goes back to the agreement. I don't think that any of this, the killing might have increased, but the political thinking, I think, just would have been moribund completely had it not been for that agreement.
Thank you so much. And I think I'm conscious that we need to wrap in good time for 11 o'clock. So if you could just join me in thanking the panel for their insights.
We've just a couple of minutes before 11 o'clock, so you can take it easy, and I'll guide you on that. Our thanks to Susie and our historians for giving us their insight into the build-up, the genesis of the Anglo-Irish Agreement, and all the nuances and the stories and the letters and the conversations that you've all had down through the years. It's very, very interesting. We're going to take, after 11 o'clock, we're going to take a short break for refreshment and a comfort break before the next session of our conference. And at the beginning of that, at 11:15, we will have Dick Spring, former Taoiseach, Minister of the Irish Government at the time of the Anglo-Irish Agreement, in conversation with me up here. We have about a half an hour for that conversation, but we will encourage you to put your questions to Dick Spring as well. And as you know, we have a great lineup of speakers right throughout the day here at Riddle Hall, and I really encourage you to ask questions, to give us your comments, and thanks to John and to Alban and to Fergal and others who've already done so. Again, the Prony documents, very interesting to look back to see the thought processes on the meetings that were happening at the time behind closed scenes between British officials and Mrs. Thatcher and unionist leaders and many others. So very, very interesting to read those. I would say that don't bring your tea or your coffee or your sandwich or anything into the room. These are historical documents and we don't want any spillages. So I would encourage you to go. The Prony staff there are very, very willing to answer any of your questions and also to explain what else they have in the collection, which is terrific. I'll just take a minute because we're just a couple of minutes to 11 o'clock, and I'll just take a seat and I'll be back, and we will have a 2-minute silence. If you can physically, I would like you to stand and we'll observe the silence, so just bear with me for a second. And again, thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Teas and coffees will be served in the conference room outside after we observe this act of remembrance. At 11:15, we will begin sharp when we have that conversation with Dick Spring. Also, lunch will be served by 1:30 today, and at 2 o'clock we will have an address from Ambassador Nancy Soderberg, which unfortunately she can't be here in person. She's going to be online, but we're delighted that she's able to join us today to give an address at 2 o'clock and also to take part in the panel discussion that will follow on from it. If you can, please stand. and we will observe a 2-minute silence on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month as we remember all of those who have died in conflict and wartime. Thank you. And I thank you. We'll take a short break. Okay, everyone, if you could take your seats, we'll move on to the next part of the conference. Bring your tea and your coffee with you and take a seat. Thank you. Oops. Okay, everyone, if you could please take your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Lots to hear, all the chit-chat, the memories, and all the gossip and the talk going on in the refreshment break. As TD, Leader of the Labour Party, Minister and Taoiseach in 3 governments, Dick Spring was centrally involved in the negotiations of not just the Anglo-Irish Agreement, but the Downing Street Declaration and the peace talks that concluded with the Good Friday Agreement. We see him, as you can see there, in the photograph which records the signing of the agreement in November '85 at Hillsborough Castle. But what was going on in his mind at that time? What were the highs and lows of the negotiations? And who was instrumental in getting the governments to that point of agreement? Put your hands together, please, and welcome to Queen's, the former Taoiseach, Dick Spring. There's a microphone there for you, Dick.
Testing, yep.
Now, as a former Ireland international, I suppose I should be getting your critique of the Japan match at the weekend, but maybe over lunch.
I didn't actually watch the end of the match. I had to talk to a journalist in Northern Ireland about an event that was happening today.
That was me, yeah. That was me, no.
Yep. Besides, it was an appalling match.
Yeah, well, we'll talk to Hugo as well.
Hugo can give you more detail.
The photograph, if you wouldn't mind putting it up actually, guys, the photograph of the signing at Hillsborough Castle. Such a momentous day for journalists, for members of the public, for politicians, for governments. But what was going through your mind? You're standing behind Gareth Fitzgerald as he signs and Margaret Thatcher signs. What was actually going through your mind at that moment?
Well, I think we were all almost overcome by the presence of so many journalists and photographers. It was quite an amazing hour that we were there. A lot of time went into it preparing for the press conference that Gareth and Margaret Thatcher were taking on their own. They didn't want anybody messing it up, so Peter Barry and I weren't invited. We were standing in the background, but it was, I suppose, in terms of political career, it was a very significant event, and we knew that at the time. And you know, when you consider the background and what had happened over the previous 20, 30, 40 years, very little had happened, particularly in relation to relations between North and South. And I'm remembering in 1982, Margaret Thatcher actually said that no commitment exists for Her Majesty's government to consult the Irish government on matters affecting Northern Ireland.
That was only
That was in
82.
3 years previously. And she had obviously come a long way in that period. But I would forever say that it probably couldn't have happened without Garret Fitzgerald. Garret had huge powers of persuasion with Margaret Thatcher. She was, as has been said already, very reluctant in taking on the agreement. She had people around her, I think, who worked assiduously to convince her that it was in the best interest of both governments to actually sign the Anglo-Irish agreement.
Let me bring you back. 82, the anti-82 Labour leader, you were forming a coalition government with Fine Gael, Garret Fitzgerald, as you mentioned. What were the key priorities of that coalition government at that time in your approach and what you were going to do in relation to Northern Ireland?
Well, sometimes it's actually difficult to reflect on how grim the economic situation was back in the early 80s. We had huge unemployment. I think I'm going to say probably 18% unemployment. And Northern Ireland was actually, for all practical purposes, out of control in terms of the violence, in terms of what was happening here. So I would say our two priorities as a government would have been to see if we could improve economically and reduce the unemployment, and also make a contribution to bringing about peace in Northern Ireland. And Garret was, I mean, you know, in terms of a partnership, Garret was absolutely committed. He had a background of family connections with Northern Ireland, and he was very determined. Also, he was, I think, as was mentioned earlier, his constitutional crusade. He was well aware that we had to approach things differently and make changes in the Republic if we were going to have any improvement in relations north-south.
And what was your attitude to Northern Ireland and the Northern Ireland problem at the time, even before you became Taoiseach in that coalition government?
Well, I would say to you that in terms of, if you were to ask me, why were you in politics? What were the important things to you in politics? And two things that I would be very conscious of in terms of the Republic would have been the economic situation in the Republic, which was fairly grim. The 50s were disastrous in terms of immigration. And the second one was, I always consider that the situation in Northern Ireland was a stain on our history, on our island. And could we do anything to help to end the violence in Northern Ireland and to bring about a peaceful solution? So they would have been really the priorities, if you like, in a government situation.
Do you recognise what was mentioned in the previous panel, post-Sunningdale, that the public in the Republic of Ireland just distanced themselves from that? It's not that they weren't concerned or upset by the violence and the deaths, but they took a step back. And was it maybe because of that economic depression?
I think there was always a fear in the Republic that what was happening in Northern Ireland would actually spill over into the Republic. And there was also a huge cost to the Republic because of the security on the border. And I suppose the old expression, charity begins at home. You don't want to cause any further problems for yourself. And certainly I can understand that feeling that things in the south weren't probably as enthusiastic about helping in the north with the failure of Sunningdale. And of course, in reality, Sunningdale probably was a step too far at that time. But as other speakers said earlier this morning, things can happen in 1985 that just couldn't, for whatever reason, couldn't actually happen in 74. Or things would happen in 98, which would have been impossible 20 years earlier. You know, timing in a lot of these situations is extremely important.
And in regard to timing, 82, Falklands War, Charles Haughey, Ireland's neutrality, which really annoyed the British government, Margaret Thatcher. So the baton that was passed on to your government from Charlie Haughey's government, that freezing of relations, I suppose, or maybe they were frozen, or what sort of a task was that to thaw out those relations initially at the start of that government?
I give credit where credit is due, and I think Mr. Haughey, certainly with Brian Linehan, started a process. They also felt very strongly that something had to be done. And I think they had that meeting, the famous teapot meeting, was successful in its own right. I think the expression that I was trying to think for you on Saturday, I couldn't get my head around it, came to me 5 minutes later, was the totality of relationships, which came out of that meeting very strongly. Unfortunately, I think Brian Lenihan might have just over-egged it a little bit, which didn't particularly suit the Brits at the time. But the foundation was there, and despite the antagonism over the Falklands War, the institutions that were being set up were still there. So at least there were building blocks for us to build on. It wasn't as if we were starting from scratch. The process had started, and whatever about Margaret Thatcher's reluctance, I think there were enough people in the British government, and particularly in the civil service in the British government, in the administration, who realised that something had to be done because, effectively, of what was a mess, and it couldn't be allowed to continue.
Who in particular stands out for you in the British government among the ministers and the officials in being advocates for a change?
I would have had a reasonable relationship with Geoffrey Howe, for example. I can't say the same about Tom King. For whatever reason, we didn't get that warmth that I had with Geoffrey Howe. I think it's just a personality thing. But the strongest relationship really was Garrett and Margaret Thatcher. And, you know, Garrett did things like, I think he got a lift on her plane back from the funeral in India, which, of course, Mr. Haughey said he shouldn't have done. It was demeaning for a Prime Minister to be hitching a lift on a government jet from another state. But he had 5 hours of talking time, and he probably spoke for 4.5, and Margaret spoke for half an hour. You know, so, and also the situation after the Forum report. Now, the Forum, as was said by Paul earlier on, was extremely important, and it was probably the first time since the 1920s that nationalists in the South, Republicans and nationalists, actually sat down to try to iron out a position between the parties in the South that we could approach the British government with and approach Northern Ireland with. And despite the reaction, we were actually, I think, inside in our embassy while Margaret Thatcher was doing a press conference. We weren't aware of it. There was a big hurt for Garrett personally in that response. But I think Peter Barry and I kind of took the flak and went out and did the defending what had happened, and Garrett didn't want to Garrett didn't want to attack Margaret Thatcher for obvious reasons, and worked at it again. And the officials in the background, the Michael Lillises and the people in the background, worked hard to make sure that it stayed on the road. And David Goodall, with Michael Lillis, obviously, as well known, had a huge important role to play in keeping this thing on the rails when it was very rocky at a political level.
He was mentioned before about his disappointment later on, but before the agreement, had he an Irish background? Why was he invested in this?
David Goodall had, as I think even Margaret Thatcher confessed herself that she had, and was a third or fourth generation Sullivan, I think, if I'm correct, from the books. And David Goodall had a very, very strong feeling towards Ireland. He also had, I think, a feeling that a lot of Ireland's problems had been caused by Britain over the years, and that there was an obligation on England, Britain Inc., to do something about the appalling situation. You know, the expression that the only place where British soldiers are dying is now in Northern Ireland, and something had to be done about that. Margaret Thatcher was also, I think it's well known and well recorded, very concerned, obviously, from a security point of view. It was, you know, to a large extent, I think her first priority in relation to Northern Ireland was security. She had some very funny ideas about Northern Ireland, thinking that they could maybe shift the nationalist Catholics to 3 counties and the Unionists to the other 3 counties. And even somebody mentioned Cromwell in the conversation. You know, that had been done before, not very successfully. But ultimately, I think I would say Garrett's persuasion all the way, despite the Brighton bomb, which nearly killed her, and despite lots of other things happening, she still stuck with it. And even though, as Paul Bew said, she maybe regretted it because she didn't see obvious results in the short term. But people ask the question, you know, was it the vital start of the process that led to the Downing Street Declaration, to the framework documents, and ultimately to Good Friday? It was, in my view, and if it hadn't happened, something else would have had to have happened at that time because the situation was so grim in the north of Ireland.
And because, I'm trying to get to your dealings with the British government officials and ministers and Mrs. Thatcher. and this is a simplistic way of putting it perhaps, but was it a lack of understanding, or was it just narrow focusing it down to this is a security problem?
No, I think that it would never have been said this is strictly a security problem, but security was high on the list. I would say that the British ministers, be it the Douglas Hurds, the Geoffrey Howes, Tom King, and other people, were also very conscious that something had to be done, you know. And I suppose in political life, you have two choices. You either try to do something or you walk away. And from our point of view in the South, there was under no circumstances were we going to walk away. And two very important aspects, background aspects of this, I believe, was the fact that we were in the common market with the British government. That changed the relationship between the two governments fundamentally, because before that there was very little connection between the two governments, and ministers didn't have the opportunity of meeting, whereas in the common market, in the European Union, whether you liked it or not, you were the only two English-speaking people in the room, so who were you going to talk to over dinner? The British minister, and vice versa. And relationships were built up over that. And the second one, as was mentioned, I think, by Paul as well, was the international dimension, which John Hume played an enormous role in, for going back as far as Carter, President Carter, right through Reagan, and obviously through Clinton, phenomenal assistance from the Americans all the way through in relation to where we are now.
In that shift, that change from Margaret Thatcher's point of view, seismic, I suppose you could describe it. Did you admire her and admire her courage for taking, because she had the Unionists and others in her ear, and the backlash that she got, but she knew she was going to get that, but because she was taking the nationalist side, perhaps? Do you admire what she did?
She took risks in signing the Anglo-Irish agreement, but then risks come as part of the business of politics. If you don't take risks, you won't achieve, you know, half the things that you would otherwise. She wouldn't have been my type of politician, Margaret Thatcher. Obviously, my affinity would have been with the Labour Party in Britain. It's hard to believe, but the leader of the Labour Party in Britain, when I became leader of the Labour Party in Ireland, was a man called Michael Foot. Anybody remember Michael Foot? Mm-hmm. So I felt like it was a grandfather-son relationship every time I met him. But she took it, and in fairness to her, she was a very strong woman, a very strong prime minister in terms of the Falklands, in terms of the miners. She was not for turning, as she said herself, and I don't think she would have taken this risk without the David Goodalls of the world and others, and Lord Armstrong, who was obviously, his relationship with Dermot Nally was a fundamental relationship right through this, and two understated but brilliant public servants, Lord Armstrong and David Nally. They carried this a long, long way all the time, through thick and thin. And there were difficult times, obviously, where it could have fallen off the rails.
Was there anything that you as a government wanted in that agreement and it wasn't fulfilled, it didn't come out? Because there was an awful lot of cooperation, the Secretariat, as we spoke about earlier. But was there anything that you wanted that you didn't get?
Well, the thing about any agreement is that both sides have to get something. And if one side gets, you know, overdoes it, then it's not an agreement that will last. And I think at the time, given the circumstances and the background in 1985, I would say that that agreement was as good as you could have got and fit for purpose. And obviously, maybe going back to 1922, something to build on, which was accepted by a majority but not accepted by a minority.
But fit for purpose from an Irish government's point of view.
Yes.
It seems in the conversations that we've had and the memoirs that the British government maybe felt that they were shortchanged.
Well, from what Paul Bew was saying, obviously within a short period of time, they didn't feel it was bringing them the result. This wasn't going to have instant results, you know, and there wasn't going to be, for example, a ceasefire a month later. There wasn't going to be a new situation evolving in Northern Ireland, but it was seismic in terms of the fact, given the quotation that I gave you from Margaret Thatcher in 1982, that for the first time in 50, 60 years, the government of the Republic of Ireland were given an input to things that were happening in Northern Ireland, and Murrayfield was set up, etc. and it was a whole new dimension in terms of the running governance of Northern Ireland.
What were the hardest moments in the negotiations?
Probably the situation after the publication of the Forum report and the out. I mean, some people would have believed that we should have broken off relations at that time, that Margaret Thatcher's response was so blunt and so negative in terms of, we had put an awful lot of effort into the New Ireland Forum. I certainly would have said it was very constructive. It was unfortunate that there weren't other voices heard at the forum, but it was an important event in the course of our recent history.
Difficult moment, but then what was the key turning moment when you thought and the government thought, this is it, we're going to get across the line?
I'm not sure if I could pinpoint the actual, Tuesday morning where somebody said it's happening. We've got the nod from, that it's actually going to happen, where Jim Mullineaux was saying it wasn't going to happen. But then I met Jim Mullineaux so many times over those years, and I always got the impression he didn't particularly want anything to happen. He was very happy with his role as leader of the Unionist Party, and he had his journeys to London 5 days a week. And I had no idea what he did at the weekend. Somebody said he used to cultivate his orchids or something like that. And he would love it. He was a very hospitable and generous man in our conversations, etc. But he really wasn't he had no interest in making progress.
And was this before the agreement in those
few
years?
Before and after.
So was it just an inertia there that he just didn't believe that the Tory government would sign such an agreement and give such cooperation to the Irish?
I think that was the sense that he had, that the situation was fine from a unionist perspective and nothing needed to be done.
You have said, and it was mentioned earlier, that the agreement probably is one of the most important since the treaty, and its importance maybe hasn't got the spotlight that it deserves. What elements of the agreement, the cooperation, the security, whatever it is, what elements do you think are the most important at that time?
At that time, well, one, the fact that the government from the south were actually able to have an input into what was happening in the north of Ireland. I mean, that was such a fundamental change in the management of the governance of Northern Ireland. That was huge in its own right. And secondly, I think it was the foundation stone for equality amongst the communities in Northern Ireland, which was a very unequal society to that point in time. And I think it was it opened up an avenue for a conversation between North and South, which wasn't there in the prior years, and which ultimately obviously led to the Good Friday Agreement.
The political and public reaction then in the South, in the Republic, what was that like after the signing?
If you're asking me, when I went back to Kerry at the weekend, I don't think, if I saw 100 people in my constituency office, I don't think 90 of them were saying anything about Northern Ireland. I mean, one of the things that really frustrates me in the South is the number of people who have not been to Northern Ireland, ever. In terms of, they have no problem going to Spain or Portugal or wherever, but so few from the South, and I would love to see more interaction at all levels between people from the North and people in the South, both ways, which I think would be very helpful to clearing misunderstandings between the populations North and South. And that's something I think we still have to find ways of improving, increasing, but it would be very helpful.
Do you not think that has changed with the younger generations?
What do I know about the younger generation?
and neither do I. Let me get back to the Unionists. You talked about Jim Mullineaux, the Unionist leader there. And we saw in the earlier reports the protests, and we heard about the loyalist violence that really accelerated after the signing of the agreement. What did you think of the Unionist response? Well, you couldn't anticipate the violence as such, but could you anticipate that reaction?
I have to say that I was slightly taken aback by when it became very clear that the Unionists had not been briefed as well as they should have been. I mean, obviously we had daily contact with John Hume and Seamus Mallon and the SDLP, and they had a huge input into what we were doing. And we had assumed, and I certainly had assumed, that the British government, because of their unionist outlook would have been in similar contact with the unionist population, or parties in particular. But they weren't, and they were, I think, to some extent surprised. And it was, I think, maybe in one of the weaknesses of the whole negotiations that they weren't. Now, on the other hand, if you had briefed them and if you tried to bring them along, would they have crossed the Rubicon anyway? Probably not. They weren't ready at that time. That's where, again, timing is important. You know, things happened in the 80s and 90s that would have been impossible in the 50s and 60s in our history. But evolution was taking place, etc.
So what were your conversations like with Jim Molyneux after the signing?
Yeah, I don't think I ever had a crossword with Jim Molyneux. I mean, conversations were always polite and, you know, trying to find a way forward in terms of what we were trying to do. But I never got the impression from Jim Molyneux that he was going to take risks or that he was going to try it. Now, on the other hand, he had a certain Mr. Paisley on his flank. So if Jim Molyneux tried to do anything, he was probably going to be outflanked.
Did you have any relationship with Ian Paisley?
None whatever. I was introduced to Ian Paisley at John Smith's funeral in Edinburgh. I can't remember the date of that. And I was at the funeral, at the reception, and a member of the British-Irish parliamentary tier said to me, had I ever met Ian Paisley? And I said, I have never met Ian Paisley. So he said to me, why don't you come with me and we'll meet him? So we walked across the room and he tapped Paisley on the shoulder and said, I want you to meet Dick Spring from the Labour Party. And Mr. Paisley turned around and he said, and what sprats are you throwing at them now? That was our conversation, unfortunately.
I'll ask a few more questions of Dick, but at this stage, I wouldn't mind opening it to the floor. If anyone would like to, we have roving mics again, and I'll take a few questions from anyone on the floor. Take it for a few minutes, and then I'll conclude. So we have our roving microphone here. If you can put your hand up so I can see you, just over on the left there, and just introduce yourself to us if you don't mind. There's a microphone coming to you. Thank you. Oh.
Hi, thanks very much. I'm Martin Burns. I'm a recent Queen's graduate. You mentioned talking to the SDLP. I was wondering who was, if anyone was talking to Sinn Féin and letting them know what the course of the negotiations was.
Good question, but I don't think at that time anybody was talking to Sinn Féin, or if they were, they weren't acting officially. They might have been. But, you know, obviously there was a fundamental problem at that time with Sinn Féin in relation to the campaign. Or violence, which was, you know, destroying Northern Ireland and also causing us serious problems in the south. And it was very clear to Sinn Féin, I think from an early time, that once they rejected violence and wanted to come into the political system, that was open to them. There was also a realization, I think, that without Sinn Féin coming into the process, you know, as my former advisor Fergus Finlay said, the thing wasn't worth a penny candle. You know, there was no point signing an agreement with 90% of the population if the 10% were still going to continue with violence.
Anyone else? You can put your hand up there for me so I can see. At the front here, thanks. Professor Paul Arthur.
It's not a question, it's a comment when we were talking earlier about David Goodall. One of the lines that united them was that David Goodison, who was the ambassador in Dublin at the time, and Gareth Fitzgerald were all amateur theologians. They had that in common. And I think that actually helped.
Yeah.
So it was definitely Godspeed. What was your relationship with Gareth Fitzgerald himself?
I'm very conscious that John Fitzgerald is in the room. But I won't say anything that would embarrass John or myself or others. I had a very, well, I'm trying to think. I was 32 years of age when I became leader of the Labour Party. John, in 1972, how old was Gareth Fitzgerald? 60s? You know, yeah.
Born in 26.
Born in 26, so I was never good at sums.
So he was in the 60s.
But
yeah.
no, we had when I became leader of the Labour Party on a Monday night, I had a great victory over a man who went on to have an illustrious career until the 11th of the 11th, 2025. Michael D got 2 votes, I got 14. things would have been different. And I'm convinced I became leader of the party because I hadn't been around long enough to fight with enough people. Because the Labour Party were very good at fighting with themselves. And you know, they used to say, somebody said about us one time that if we had a choice between saving the world and saving the Labour Party, we would probably choose to save the world. It was the easier option. But I had a very good relationship with Garrett, and it was helped on the fact that I actually believed in a lot of things that Garrett believed in. And they used to say in the 1970s government, which I wasn't part of, that Garrett was actually almost a Labour Party minister at the time, in terms of social policy and social issues, that he would have taken a Labour Party position. I can tell you, I often got phone calls in restaurants in Kerry on a Saturday night from Garrett saying, did I see what the headlines are in the Sunday press? And I used to have to explain to Garrett that the Sunday press doesn't come to Kerry till about 12 o'clock on Sunday, whereas you get it in Dublin at 8 o'clock on a Saturday evening. You know, he wouldn't have been impressed by one of the Labour backbenchers attacking him or something. And I would work on the assumption that by Monday he would have long forgotten it. But no, we had a very good relationship, and we worked hard at government was difficult. I often say to people, if you're going to be in government, try to be there when there's money. It makes government a lot easier. But in our time, it was cutbacks, it was very difficult, high unemployment. And I was also, even through this period when the good things happened, but half of the Labour Party did not want to be in coalition with Fine Gael. I mean, we had a conference in Limerick in '82 after the election, and we won the vote to go into coalition by 700 against 500. And as we were leaving that conference hall in Limerick, I had people saying to me, we'll get you out of government. We will get you out of government. That's people in your own party. And I had a very strong belief, if you were in politics, the place to be was in government, because in government you could actually achieve things and get things done, whereas in opposition, all due respect to the opposition, but I found out years later, you can make fine speeches, but you can get very little done, if anything, in opposition. So as a politician, the place to be is in cabinet, where you can actually get things done.
Tell me about Mary Robinson's reaction to the Anglo-Irish agreement.
It wasn't very good. I actually reread the letter after I spoke to you on Saturday that she wrote to me at the time. And she said it was one of the heaviest decisions she ever made. She didn't agree with the Anglo-Irish agreement, and she resigned from the Labour Party on that very event.
And why did she not agree with it?
Well, I was going to bring the letter, but it's a valuable document. I said I wouldn't have it going around the country with me, the original letter.
Public Records Office would love to see it.
Check it, yes. She felt that the unionists weren't being consulted, weren't being facilitated within the agreement. And she felt strongly about that. You know, it's something maybe
she was right.
I should have a conversation with her again about it. See what her reaction now is in terms of the situation.
Just a question here, and then John at the back. I'll take the two questions, and then I'll ask Dick to answer. Is that okay?
Thank you. My name's Hugh. Dick, in Charles Moore's biography of Thatcher, Thatcher is quoted as saying, it was Americans that made me do it. So can I ask you were Foreign Affairs at the time, what was the American influence? Where did you see that coming, and how was that exercised at that time?
Okay, we'll take that question.
And the other point then was the influence. Enoch Powell was very prominent at that stage in influence in the Unionist Party. He was later to lose his seat in the next election to Eddie McGrady, but the influence of the malign influence of Enoch Powell on Jim Molyneux at the time.
Okay, and then we'll take the question from the back. John McAllister there. Just introduce yourself, John, thank you.
John McAllister. I'm maybe not the right place to confess that I'm a former MLA, but it's a pleasure to get asking you a question, Dick. It was really your comments today around the importance sometimes of timing, the importance of our joint membership of the European Union, and I suppose maybe as well to add to that, where personalities matter, where actually people, you couldn't have imagined Thatcher and hockey doing it, even as it evolved, and you were still Tonish in the early 90s when Reynolds and Major and right through, and even Bertie Ahern and Tony Blair, with the chemistry and the work between them. I just want you to maybe reflect, 40 years on, all that has been achieved. The UK's now left the European Union. Are there the same places now for British-Irish ministers to meet, to facilitate, to get that shared understanding? And where do you think what maybe would be the best response to that?
Okay, thank you, John. But go first on the American influence in getting it over the line, and also Enoch Powell and that negative unionist influence that followed.
Hugh, I wasn't actually foreign minister at the time. It was Peter Barry was foreign minister. And John Hume obviously was very involved in the American conversations. And we were very fortunate that the Four Horsemen were actually in Washington at that time. And and you remember at that time, one of our biggest challenges was NORAID, and what NORAID were doing in terms of sending money and guns to Northern Ireland. And the American influence was extremely important, and as turned out afterwards, I mean, I would, for the life of me, say that Clinton's influence up to 1998 was remarkable. And we were very fortunate to have that influence to internationalize the conflict, so to speak. The second, in relation, personalities are extremely important. You get on with people, you work with people. Sometimes, I think I said to David Trimble one time, we don't have to like one another, we just have to work together. And there are people that you just don't get comfortable with. And it does help. And I could see Garrett and Margaret Thatcher, they got mutual respect, and I think it's well quoted in Thatcher's biography and stuff that she liked Gareth Fitzgerald, she liked where he was coming from. She would have had a different view on Haughey, obviously, and they were totally different personalities anyway, Garrett and Haughey. Albert Reynolds and John Major had chemistry from their time as finance ministers. They had that chemistry, even though Albert used to frustrate John no end, to the extent he was breaking pencils at meetings. And Tony Blair, obviously, and Bertie Ahern had. And I had an innate sense at one stage that even if Fine Gael and Labour didn't agree with the British, that it wouldn't have that same Republican stamp that Fianna Fáil would give it, even though that has all changed now, given what's happening in politics in the South. But personalities were huge, I think, right through this. You mentioned about Brexit, and my own personal, whereas the agreement was one of the significant things that happened in my lifetime, I think Brexit was one of the disasters that happened in my lifetime, in terms of relationships between Ireland and Britain, in terms of relationship North-South. I really think that Brexit is a disaster which is unfolding before us as we see. I would not like to be the Chancellor of the Exchequer trying to put a budget together for whenever it is next week. It is almost a mission impossible.
Briefly, if you can answer that, had you any dealings with Enoch Powell?
No. I don't think I would have sought meetings or interaction with Enoch Powell, knowing the influence that he was. Yeah. The only thing that Enoch Powell have in common is we both lost our seats.
And to conclude, and John McAllister asked there about British and Irish relationships and personalities. What advice, if you would like to give it, to British and Irish government leaders now? We have devolution in Northern Ireland. But to those British and Irish leaders who are guarantors of the Good Friday Agreement, what do you think they could learn from the interactions between the Irish government and the British government in 1985?
One of my main concerns at present, and I have a sort of view that when you get off the stage, you should stay off the stage and move on rather than trying to advise these young people who are now running various countries. But I think you jump one fence at a time. To me, the most remarkable thing that's happened is that the guns are silenced. Let's take that as a huge achievement. The guns are silent and people are, in inverted commas, into democratic politics. Let's cultivate democratic politics. Let us make Northern Ireland work. Let us develop relationships with the South, economic relationships in particular. We can benefit, North and South can benefit, I believe, tremendously by cooperating on economic matters. And let's not try to overstretch. I don't think that we're ready for referenda or for debates. There's an awful lot of work to be done. in terms of a unity project. It's a long way away. A lot of work has to be done, but I would do it slowly and be grateful for what we've achieved thus far.
Ladies and gentlemen, our thanks to our guest today, former Taoiseach Dick Spring. So we move on to now our next panel. More first-hand eyewitness contributions of what happened during the negotiations towards the Good Friday Agreement, this time from diplomats directly involved in the negotiations. And to lead the discussion and introduce the panel one at a time, we have Rory Montgomery, a former Irish ambassador and diplomat who was part of the government's Good Friday Agreement negotiating team and played a leading role in Ireland's response to Brexit. He is honorary professor at the George Mitchell Institute and actively involved in the ARENS project. So please welcome to the stage Rory Montgomery. Rory, you're very welcome. I'll briefly just introduce the other panel members as they make their way. Mark Durkan, former Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland, Noel Dorr, former Irish diplomat, and Michael Lillis, who's also a former Irish diplomat. Noel, you're very welcome. Go ahead, Michael.
Well, thank you very much, Donna. It's a real pleasure for me to be here. I'm a little nervous because I'm in the presence of two men who were absolute titans in the Department of Foreign Affairs when I was a very junior official, and my only real role in regard to the Anglo-Irish Agreement was ensuring that people were fed when there were talks in Ivy House. But it gives me great pleasure to introduce them. Well, I'll go from and also I'm delighted to also have here with me a man I got to know extremely well during the whole Good Friday Agreement period, and indeed at the Forum for Peace and Reconciliation, the second forum, which occurred in the 90s. So going from sort of right to left, Michael Lillis, in this period, he was the Assistant Secretary in the Anglo-Irish Division in the Department of Foreign Affairs. Before that, he'd been in the Commission in Brussels, in the Cabinet. He'd played a key role in securing the sort of Carter Initiative in '77, which has been mentioned earlier when he was in Washington. And subsequently, he was the first Joint Secretary of the Secretariat, first Irish Joint Secretary. And then Noel Dorr. Noel, at the time of the Anglo-Irish Agreement, was our ambassador in London. He had previously been ambassador to the United Nations, a political director, but even before that, he worked in the sort of embryonic Anglo-Irish division in the early 70s and was president at Sunningdale, about which he has written a magisterial book. And Noel went on to become Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs. And then finally, Mark Durkan, more directly by contemporary maybe. Mark, at the time of the Anglo-Irish Agreement, was a personal assistant to John Hume, very, very close to John Hume over a long period. Mark went on to become an MLA, an MP, leader of his party, leader of the SDLP. He was Minister for Finance in the Trimble-Mallon executive, and he was Deputy First Minister after Mallon. So you're almost welcome. Now, I think we kind of know a lot about the broad outline of the agreement, what came before it, what came after it. Now, I'm not for a moment saying that I don't want to hear analysis and anecdote, though I will be a little bit brutal, maybe if I have to be in terms of timing. But I wanted to start off with a few more specific kind of questions. So first of all, maybe to Michael. You famously went for a walk along the Grand Canal with David Goodall, and that was where it all began, if you like. How optimistic were you at the beginning of the process? And what were and then during the negotiation, what was the sort of lowest moment, the one where you felt things mightn't work, or were you perpetually optimistic?
Thank you. It was in September 1983, and there was a kind of structure which had been set up, in fact, by Charles Haughey and Margaret Thatcher in their earlier summit. They set up a thing called the Intergovernmental Council of the UK and Ireland, and a subcommittee of that. So it was a very grandiose title, the Subcommittee of the Intergovernmental Council of the UK and Ireland. And believe it or not, David Goodall, who was deputy head of the cabinet office on one side, and myself on the other, were appointed as coordinators or chairman of this outfit. And our task was to explore and promote cooperation between the respective government departments in the British and Irish governments. And the theory behind all of that was that the more often you had discussions of that sort, it would A, do no harm, and B, might even possibly do some good. And there was a verb that was being thrown around a fair bit, which was thicken the relationship. I never understood it. But our very first meeting was in Dublin, and the purpose was to see what more could be done for mutual recognition of the qualifications of nurses and doctors. And it didn't quite extend to veterinary, but that was pretty well. And we met, had a useful discussion. I mean, there's an awful lot of mutual recognition there already. And then the sort of Goodall and I repaired to a restaurant on Pembroke Street, which used to be called the Grey Door. And we had a pretty good lunch, actually. And after that, now I had been talking to the Taoiseach about the need to do something to get a bit of action on Anglo-Irish relations. Things had run into trouble in the forum, which Dick has described accurately. It was a very useful idea, but unfortunately it ran into trouble, partly because the former Taoiseach, Charles Haughey, decided that the only focus that the forum should have was on setting up a unitary state, and nothing else was worth discussing or considering. And of course, that would have meant that there was no possible common ground with Margaret Thatcher. So that was another step backwards. And I had discussed with the Taoiseach and also with Hume, whom I met frequently and had known for years because of Washington, what approach should we take with Thatcher? And basically, what the idea was that if the Taoiseach could talk to Thatcher, which at that time was not possible, Anglo-Irish relations were at zero because of the Falklands stuff and misunderstandings previously after the teapot summits and the rest of it. So, but if we could talk to Margaret Thatcher, what should we say? And the message that we discussed, and which I tried out on Goodall while walking along the Grand Canal in Dublin, was, look, the situation is dire. And you have nothing in all of your arsenal of political and diplomatic weaponry which will do anything to make it better. The alienation in the Catholic community is getting worse by the day, and that is a threat to the security not alone of Northern Ireland, but also from our point of view. So what we must do is, you have to accept that this is a rather smart thing to say to Margaret Thatcher. You have to accept that you need our help in dealing with Northern Ireland. And you need our help not alone in, the political message, but in the structures of government in Northern Ireland, including in Garrett's favourite topic, the judiciary and mixed courts, which, by the way, had never happened, I'm sorry to say, but also on-the-ground security issues. And we were talking about, from our point of view, the need to involve the guards on the ground in some areas in Northern Ireland, and possibly even the defence forces. This was unimaginable sort of crazy stuff. Am I going on too far?
Maybe.
Anyway, that was the beginning, and it did, curiously, it did get the interest of Thatcher personally, and that was the beginning of 3 years of negotiation.
Thank you very much. I mean, obviously, something that wasn't mentioned this morning was the Jim Pryor rolling devolution initiative, but it was clear, I think, by then that it was never going to achieve anything. So that was, as I say, a weapon, a sword in the armoury, which turned out to be pretty blunt. Noel, you were in London, and we know from David Goodall's book and other sources that there were a lot of different strands within the British government, strands of thinking, and that Mrs. Thatcher herself kind of blew hot and cold, and at times could, speak in extremely rough terms about the Irish, about the negotiations which were going on. How did the embassy kind of plug into that? And we got to a situation at the end where there was an agreement, there was an overwhelming majority in the House of Commons. So what was the embassy's function?
As you said, Rory, I was the Irish ambassador in London from about August 1983 to March 1987. First, might I preface it by just picking up on what Michael has said. When he had this conversation with David Goodall along the canal, I, of course, was told about it in London. And I have to say, at that point, I reported back. And I must say, I thought it was a bit extravagant and very far out, to put it mildly, to suggest the presence on the ground in Belfast of Irish Defence Forces and of the Gardaí, and even of a tricolour flying over the base of the Irish forces, the Southern forces, let's put it that way, in Belfast. So I tried to, if you like, recommend against it. I see now that it was very important. It may have gone very far from what was immediately possible or likely, but the idea of offering Margaret Thatcher cooperation on security was a key attraction for her. And that led to the whole negotiations in which I was involved. You asked me, I think, about the position of British government ministers and so on. The first thing to say is that I think Margaret Thatcher was so known as a strong character and most unfavourable. It wasn't explicit, but everybody would have known that she was not going to do some kind of deal with the Irish at the time. She had lost some of her good friends in politics to bombs. There had been the Falklands crisis where the Irish government, and I was in New York at the time, under Charlie Haughey, took a very different line. And there had been the hunger strikes on the Irish side, and a strong sense of that, although she had a very good relationship with Haughey from the 1980 meeting at which I was also present. could talk about that later if you wish. But to get back to your question, I think the point I'm making about Margaret Thatcher is no one would have thought she was going to sell out, quote unquote. So that was important. The ones, I think there was, Goodall in his book on this mentions a sequence of Northern Ireland secretaries, starting with, say, Jim Pryor, and then Geoffrey Howe, and then Douglas Hurd, and then Tom King. I think Pryor was well disposed, and I talked to him at different times, and I had the impression that he was not altogether in tune with his civil servants. He was ahead of them, but perhaps not far enough ahead as we would have wished. Geoffrey Howe was a very, very positive force throughout. A very nice man and a very likeable man, and I walked with him in his country residence in Chevening on a Sunday. I borrowed Wellingtons from his house to walk with him and talk with him. I had I would almost say an affection for Geoffrey Howe. I met him later in other contexts. Douglas Hurd was probably a good Secretary of State, but less keen on any initiative that was developing. And Tom King had the job afterwards of trying to manage what emerged, so that wasn't, perhaps he wasn't, let's say, as positive as his two predecessors. The opposition to it, obviously, it turned out to be quite small in the end. And I attribute that largely to what I've said about Thatcher. Nobody expected that she would go in a direction that would cause them unease. But anyway, in the embassy in London, my colleague Richard Ryan, who was what we call a counselor in the diplomatic service, and I worked pretty hard to try to build a base in the Conservative Party for whatever might emerge. Richard did it piecemeal, taking individual backbench MPs to lunch and trying to brief them. I think I would hope that I did it at a larger scale, speaking at functions, Conservative Party functions and so on. And I have to say that one thing I found in my period as ambassador, that we Irish, or I as Irish ambassador, I found myself in situations where the only other diplomat was the Israeli ambassador. We seemed to have a role, so to speak, an accepted role. We were like the cousin who has gone off into foreign parts and is estranged, but he's still a cousin. So I found myself being accepted quite often in clubs. For instance, I might have been the only Irish ambassador who addressed what was it called? The Londonderry Society. I can't remember the exact title, the Honourable the Londonderry Society or something like that, which was the livery company in the 1600s that was responsible for Derry. Now that was a little bit exotic to have the Irish ambassador address them at this stage. They have other concerns now. But anyway, we tried to work at the macro level and at the micro level on that.
Well, wasn't it Richard Ryan? It was Richard Ryan the first person to have been described as dining for Ireland.
I have to say, I coined that phrase, but he has claimed it. Yes.
Okay, well done. Mark, as I say, you were working with John Hume, and earlier the importance of the forum has been mentioned more than once. Was John Hume happy with the outcome of the forum? And how did he navigate the fact that there were these quite strong political divisions between Fine Gael and Labour on the one hand and Fianna Fáil on the other, when the SDLP had always tried to maintain good relations with both parties, or all three parties?
Yeah, well, I mean, you'd mentioned earlier the prior rolling devolution plan, and in many ways, part of John's response to that plan was to conceive of this idea that became the New Ireland Forum. And in a sense, it was because, as certainly as John explained to me, that he found that Jim Pryor and Brian Mulwiney, etc., didn't believe him when he was saying there's no way the SDLP will go into an assembly where you have essentially said power sharing isn't necessarily the aim. There's no question of Irish dimension or anything else, that he wasn't believed. But he was also very conscious he didn't want to be fighting an election just simply on an abstentionist ticket. There had to be an alternative. It had to be a mandate for something constructive. And so this idea of a council for a new Ireland that then became Forum for a New Ireland. So that was important. But even that stance by the SDLP produced a difference in the attitude of the southern parties. Gareth Fitzgerald wanted the SDLP to go into the prior assembly and test things and work things. And one of the few times that John Hume, as party leader, actually issued a statement specifically with one party leader in the South was he issued a statement jointly with Charlie Haughey justifying the SDLP's position in not going to go into that assembly and seeking support. And then it was very much, it was Ruairi Quinn who kind of, I think, went a wee bit offside or ahead of himself and basically made the commitment on behalf of the Irish Labour Party, and then it was deemed others would follow, that they would support this idea of a forum. That forum was hugely important for reasons that others have touched on. I mean, it challenged a lot of the presumptions of unionist and British thinking. It also completely challenged the rationale and justification that was given for the armed campaign of violence, as well as exposing the cost of violence. But it also did stretch nationalism in the sense that it was meaning that other concepts had to be embraced. Consent had to be more fundamentally articulated, not fully or precisely, and a willingness to look at Articles 2 and 3 was obviously expressed, but it wasn't framed in any more specific terms than that. People talk about out about the three options, but of course there was the fourth option of open to other ideas, and John Hume had always claimed a degree of ownership or responsibility for making sure that there was a fourth option. And then whenever the out statement happened, I can remember, along with Dennis Haughey, saying to John, who'd been away and was then back in Derry, we were kind of saying, look, you know, people aren't happy that, you know, Garrett hasn't responded even more angrily than he has, you know, beyond the, you know, calling it gratuitously offensive, etc. And I can remember Dennis saying, you know, nobody's asking you to throw the furniture about the place, but you need to kick it a bit. And I remember John making the point that if you get into reacting to reaction, you lose judgment and perspective. But he also said that Thatcher had taken him aside in the Commons and said, look, John, I am committed. We're committed to these negotiations. We are committed to talks. We're committed to doing something. And he pointed out that there was this fourth thing of open to other ideas. So as far as John was concerned, the negotiations that were taking place between the two governments were absolutely informed by the Forum report. He wasn't expecting joint authority to come out of it or anything else that was suggested, but he certainly thought that something decisive was going to or could come from it. That was his belief. He couldn't figure why other people didn't think that there was negotiations going on or that those negotiations were going to lead to anything, because, as has been said, you know, the embassy in London was working and networking with different Tory MPs, etc., all on the basis that there might be something in the offing, so it wasn't secret there. As people have mentioned in previous sessions, the Irish Times was full of, and other papers were full of reports and speculation. And even in the run-up to the agreement itself, there was an SDLP annual conference that weekend, and of course it was full of the prospect of there being a potential agreement. And of course there was a lot of speculation. Would there be a split? Would Malin go with us? Would the Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael difference work its way into the SDLP leadership?
I wanted to come to that because you mentioned Seamus Malin, and as you say, Seamus Malin had been made a senator by Haughey. He had the reputation of being greener, maybe, than Hume, particularly preoccupied with questions of security. There was, as I read in the Goodall book and the Garrett's book, and certainly Michael, you were there, I don't know, Noel, if you were, it was a dinner, I think literally 40 years ago today, Monday the 11th of November, when Mallon, in a very moving speech or intervention, committed himself to the agreement. But just to go back to the question I asked, this is just for you, Mark, the whole question of navigating between Fine Gael, Labour, Fianna Fáil. I mean, what was Human's relationship with Haughey like, both after the forum and after the agreement? And maybe just, I just want to go back to the other, to Noel and Michael in a moment, but just if you could quickly maybe answer that on that point.
I remember in one car journey, John was talking about Booth Garrett and Charlie Haughey, and I said, are you saying that you can trust Garrett but you can rely on Charlie? And he said, yeah, that's about it. And so that was the attitude. I mean, John always made a point of being very generous to both Charlie and Garrett in terms of their respective contributions to, you know, the journey that became our peace process. So, you know, he made that point, and as someone, I mean, I went to both funerals with John, and okay, well, his memory wasn't always the best on some things. He was very animated in the generosity of recollection that he had for both in terms of their decisive input at different junctures. Now, of course, he was caught with the Haughey reaction to the Anglo-Irish agreement in the sense that Haughey obviously had sent Brian Lennon off to Washington to specifically lobby in the US against. And I can remember getting the phone call from Ted Kennedy saying, what is going on here? I had been out in a staff placement in Kennedy's office that summer and autumn, and I got a day's tutorial from Michael Lillis before I went to basically give me the score, both on where the negotiations between the two governments were, on the prospect for a possible agreement, and how to roll the pitch towards US support in Congress. And the Irish embassy was working that ground very, very heavily. So, of course, when suddenly the opposition, the official opposition, is opposing this, that was a serious issue. But John just played it very straight and was absolutely clear as to why the agreement was important. And, of course, Capitol Hill took its read from John at that stage, as happened again with the Adams visa questions, as happened again with the new beginning to policing.
No, Michael has said we have 30 minutes left. I think we've actually maybe a little more than that. We started about a quarter of an hour late, I think.
Go a couple of minutes extra.
Okay, a couple of minutes extra.
Not too much.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Donna. Maybe I could turn now to Michael, back to Michael and Noel. Yeah, I mean, the words, well, somebody said this morning earlier that the words joint authority hadn't appeared in the conversation. Of course, there were the three options set out in the forum. Mr. Haughey was very insistent that the preferred option had to be a unitary state. You had the idea of a federal state and the idea of joint authority. And joint authority played quite a part in our positioning. But did we ever actually believe that joint authority was a runner? Michael first, maybe, and then Noel.
I don't know that we considered it in exactly those terms. But in practice, what we wanted was to get the maximum remit in the direction of joint authority from the negotiations. And in practice, in the administration of the agreement, through the Secretariat and our role there, we wanted to maximize the voice and the role and the consequence of the Irish government's involvement. Garrett believed and argued with Thatcher that there was a fundamental difference between joint sovereignty and joint authority. I don't think that he believed that himself, and I certainly never believed it. But, I mean, it didn't take from the fact that what we were seeking was to have the most effective voice through the mechanism of the agreement that we could have. And I think it's not an exaggeration to say that we we were quite successful in that respect. That didn't make everybody happy, putting it mildly, especially on the Unionist side, and particularly the Northern Ireland office, because through the negotiations, we were dealing with the British government through two different versions of the Northern Ireland office. There was the Northern Ireland office, which was here, and it had its membership of the British cabinet through its office in London. But then there were the other British ministers and departments, starting with the cabinet office itself, which was very intent on getting to an agreement. And that drove all the activity of Armstrong and Goodall in particular. And as we worked our way through the negotiations, I think the tension was uninterrupted between the outcome giving the Irish government a substantial role and giving it basically no role at all. And it worked out to our surprise that we had very considerable authority in practice. The Secretariat was set up in a very primitive building everybody knows about.
I might come back to that in a second, if it's all right. It was you who told me we'd half an hour left.
I was just reading, the notice was just being held, reminding you there. Well, go ahead, I'm sorry. I'd like to come back, actually.
No, we'll come back to the functioning of the Secretariat just briefly later on. But Noel, you mentioned earlier that you thought that the opening position adopted in the autumn of '83 was maybe too ambitious. I mean, to what extent was there debate privately, either in person or on paper, within the Irish side about the level of ambition we needed, we could reasonably have and deliver upon?
Well, I already said that I reported back, casting some doubt on the extent of Michael's suggestion or Michael's involvement in this idea of having the Irish Army here on the ground with the tricolour. But I don't know if that slowed things down. I hope it didn't, because it was an interesting initiative which did lead to what we know as the Anglo-Irish Agreement. But there's something that struck me on the morning session, and even on this session until now. No one has mentioned Articles 2 and 3 of the Irish Constitution, which were a big obstacle. And my sense of the dynamics of the agreement looked at overall is that for the first 6 months, perhaps, the Irish side was looking for this deep initiative, which could possibly be joint authority, I suppose. And then both sides, the British and the Irish side, both realized, the British, that they weren't ready for the kind of deep initiative that would justify the Irish government going to a referendum to remove Articles 2 and 3 of the Constitution. And the Irish side realized that if Articles 2 and 3, and if the British side wouldn't go to the deep level that would be needed to make that a successful referendum, then there was need to settle for something a bit less. And the point for that in the haughty participation led to a kind of toughening up of the Forum report. And the unitary state was obviously his insistence. But there was a key sentence in the report. It's Article 510. The parties in the Forum also remain open to discuss other views which may contribute to political development. And we in London took that as our mandate. And that was sanctified by being in the forum report. So it meant that we were looking for something other than the joint authority or the unitary state, or we would be open to discussing something other. Now, I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say it on this answer, but there's something I would like to say at some point about the out-out thing, because I was sitting beside Gareth Fitzgerald in the embassy at his press conference at that moment. I don't know whether it's relevant to what I've just been saying or not.
Well, it is very relevant, but as I say, in fact, I had it listed as a point I wanted to raise, but just before we go to the audience, I suppose, and maybe you'll get a chance to say something about out at that point, okay? But just before we go to the audience, first of all, sorry, Noel, yes?
Could I say something I forgot to mention, which is very important about the agreement? I don't know if it's publicly or widely realized, but there are two versions of the Anglo-Irish Agreement 1985. One of them, the British version, says agreement between the government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and the government of the Republic. The other one, the Irish version, says the government between the government of Ireland and the government of the United Kingdom. No reference to Northern Ireland.
Well, I'm proud to say that the 1998 British-Irish Agreement, and I think I was involved in melding together the British and the Irish elements of the Danish Declaration, etc. One text, one title.
But even more important is the very first article, which is carefully judged and managed in the wording. It deals with the future and not with the existing situation. It talks about any change in the status of Northern Ireland. And the British side accepted that wording, eliding or avoiding using the word, any word about the present status of Northern Ireland.
Yes.
And I don't think that was widely understood afterwards. It was very carefully drafted, as indeed the whole agreement was. It was a work of nearly 2 years.
Yes.
And Michael has said somewhere else, I think, that there were 36 meetings of officials on either side of the Irish Sea, sometimes at dinner in the evening, a bit more robust than during the day. But we did work carefully on the text.
Thank you very much indeed. And of course, that Article 1 was subsequently tested by the Bajimsi brothers in the Supreme Court, which is where the term constitutional imperative came from. Look, getting conscious of time, but I wanted to just very briefly ask Michael, you were Joint Secretary, was it for a year and a half or so? And in that period, I mean, I think a lot was achieved, more perhaps than Paul Bew was saying earlier. And I wanted to ask you, Mark, on the ground in Derry or elsewhere, did it make a difference? So maybe Michael first. And just your microphone.
We had to invent the system and hoping that it would work. And it was enormously helped by an idea that was introduced by Dahi O'Callaghan, later our ambassador in London, who was our deputy Irish Joint Secretary, and which was accepted, to my surprise and relief, by the British side, whereby both sides would agree what the issue was, whether it was a query or a proposal or an investigation of some sort. And they would list it under the relevant article of the agreement. And then there would be space on the page to fill in what the responses were from the British side. And this was called the log. And it became the working mechanism, and it worked remarkably well. And the number of items and queries and the rest of it that were identified was quite, I don't have a number in my head, but it was came to, well in excess of a couple of hundred. I myself have one slight regret, having said what I've just mentioned, it took a great deal towards the end of the negotiation to have the British side accept that in addition to all of the security and human rights issues, which are very prominent in the agreement, that the British would accept that the Irish government could put forward proposals on social and economic matters. That was strongly resisted, but finally, a few days before the agreement was sort of put to bed, the British side accepted it. And I personal regret in the whole thing was that we didn't try more ambitiously to follow up on those issues.
Thank you. Mark, as you say, as I was asking, the impact of the agreement on the ground in Derry, what did people think about it? Did it make a difference in people's lives, or there or elsewhere in Northern Ireland?
Yes, it did, in different ways. I mean, just Michael there's mentioned, for instance, on the question of social and economic issues. It's one of the ironies, you know, that while Fianna Fáil had opposed the agreement in opposition, they worked it very assiduously in government, and not least, I can remember, you know, particularly in 1988, the Haughey government, you know, really put in a shift on getting the fair employment laws changed. So the Haughey government and Department of Foreign Affairs, and we were meeting every Sunday in Ballymescanlan, etc. But a shift was put in on that. But there was a pick-up on different issues. Of course, what had happened was after the agreement, Foreign Affairs assigned the people who became known as the travellers to come and do the different pastoral visitations in different parts of the north. And that was not just to political contacts in the SDLP or whatever. It was on a much wider basis and not just confined to the Catholic or nationalist community either. So people had a sense of input, of influence, of some attention being paid to their case, their needs. And of course, the issues raised might have been different in different parts of the north. So obviously the presence of the UDR wouldn't have been so much a factor in a place like Derry. It obviously was a huge factor in other places and other parts of the north. So there was that sense. I mean, contrary to what was said earlier about, that, you know, the agreement made no difference in the nationalist community, you know, Seamus Mallon was elected in '86 on by-elections that were caused by the Unionist reaction to the Anglo-Irish agreement. Eddie McGrady won the seat of Enoch Powell in 1987. Now, yes, there was a brilliant campaign manager in each of those campaigns in the form of myself, but it was the Anglo-Irish agreement was the context that won those and delivered those results, and indeed later on in terms of West Belfast and Joanna. So this idea that, you know, the SDLP, that there was no change or impact, and the fact was John would have regarded the agreement as being important, not as an end in itself, and he made it very clear in advance of the agreement, even in that conference speech that weekend. He said, if there's any agreement that comes, this is not going to be the end of things. It's about being a catalyst for something else. And after the agreement, he talked about it, that it would create a catharsis within unionism. Not everybody liked that term in particular. People took offence when he used the phrase at one stage about lancing the unionist boil. But he also was very firmly of the view that the fact and form of the agreement gave new grounds for challenging the rationale for physical force republicanism. And people shouldn't forget that everything in Hume Adams, and in particularly in those talks that took place between SDLP and Sinn Féin, with Seamus Mallon fully involved and Austin Curry and Sean Farren, all of those talks hinged on interpretations of the significance of the Anglo-Irish agreement in terms of what does it really mean about the British intention. And, you know, mention was made earlier by Paul Bew about, you know, the phrase about no selfish strategic or economic interest that come from Gorbachev. That phrase actually comes from the SDLP Sinn Féin papers of 1988. So in April '88, John had made that argument in one paper, and again he recapped it in July of '88, and of course then went on to make this point to Peter Brook that Sinn Féin had always said in those talks that you're saying that's implicit in the British position. We would need to hear it made explicit in the British position before that could be put to the IRA. And that's exactly why Peter Brook made the statement that he did. So this idea that the Anglo-Irish agreement didn't have any impact or influence on anything thereafter, it did. And it wasn't just Hume Adams. we wouldn't have had the Brooke-Mayhew talks, which get completely underestimated as a significant episode on the way to the Good Friday Agreement in terms of some of the thinking and the ideas that were distilled and kicked around and banked that we subsequently came back to in the Mitchell talks that led to the Good Friday Agreement. Again, those Brooke-Mayhew talks wouldn't have happened had it not been the fact of the Anglo-Irish Agreement having been there. And of course, the Unionist justification was their participation and acceptance of the three strands and the Irish government's role therein was all about getting an alternative to and replacement for the Anglo-Irish Agreement. So I can't understand this idea that it was just an aberration on its own and it had no significant influence on subsequent events.
My great friend Dermot Gallagher, who of course was the Assistant Secretary for Anglo-Irish Affairs when Noel, with the first period of Noel as Secretary General, and there was a review of the agreement in 1989. But Dermot always used to like to say is that we were open to something which would subsume and supersede the Anglo-Irish Agreement, and I think that was the position of the Irish government from an early point. Now, under the control of Donna, I think we have about maybe 15 minutes. Yeah, and so I'd be most grateful for any questions, and in particular, for people who maybe weren't active or were too young to be active in 1985. And I see a chap with a beard. I don't know whether you fit that description or not, but please go ahead. And I think we might actually take a couple of questions at a time.
Thank you very much. Peter McLaughlin, I teach history and politics here at Queen's. My question kind of builds on what Mark was saying there just at the end, but it is a question more specifically to Michael Lillis. Because I suppose, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you also at one point engaged with Gerry Adams in the late 80s regards that debate, maybe reinforcing what John Hume was saying. And so my question is for you equally, how important was the Anglo-Irish Agreement in impacting Republican thinking, but specifically in ways that you didn't anticipate? Because I suppose, going back to how we started about your conversation with David Goodall, and the idea was that the Anglo-Irish Agreement would reform Northern Ireland, try and bolster the SDLP, try and address Catholic alienation. So trying to reform Northern Ireland, and instead you were now engaging with an actor that its key purpose was to destroy Northern Ireland, to wreck Northern Ireland. So how much of an impact did the agreement have on republicanism, but in a way that was contrary to what was anticipated, that you would actually isolate Sinn Féin and bolster the SDLP, and instead it created this unanticipated opportunity to try and draw Republicans over to a more SDLP way of proceeding towards Irish unity, or at least reform of Northern Ireland.
You'll come back to that in a second. Any other initial, please? Over here.
My name is Marion Keane, and I just wanted to highlight the fact that I'm just an ordinary member of the public, and as an ordinary member on the ground, we were not aware of any of this happening. I mean, it happened at an upper crust political level, as far as I can see. It escalated the violence on the ground because of all the unrest that it caused, and nobody really had any idea of what it was all about. Just to know that the loyalist murders and all that stuff all kind of increased during that period. And the only thing that really affected people on the ground was whenever the Good Friday Agreement came about, there was more concentration, more talk about it, and it was more open, and, you know, people felt more involved. To me, the Anglo-Irish Agreement didn't change anything at all on the ground.
No, thank you very much. That's a very interesting point, and I'll ask about the link between the two agreements and the differences between them, maybe as a last question. But Michael, about because I think it was, you had left the Department of Foreign Affairs, I think, when you met Gerry Adams.
You've just said the main point I wanted to make, that I was no longer a civil servant when I met Gerry Adams, and that was important. But I agreed to meet him at the request of Mary Holland, who was a very great journalist with an extraordinary range of contacts in some of the more unexpected areas, notably the grandees of the Tory party, where she was very well known. Obviously she was well connected in the loyalist paramilitary and Republican paramilitary circles. But the idea that came to her somehow or other was that the Republican movement was edging towards negotiation. And could I, as somebody who had a little bit of experience of negotiating with the British, give them any ideas as to what to expect and how to deal with the situations. And so for 3 days, I met with Gerry Adams in Mary's house. Some of you probably knew it. It was the old house of Thomas MacDonagh in Ranelagh in Dublin. And I was rather reluctant to do it, but it worked out fairly well. The first, Gerry wanted to have the conversation in Irish. I have good Irish, and I was happy to do that. But it turned out that I think my Irish was a little better than he expected. But anyway, I shouldn't say that. That's a bit mean, actually. And his Irish was quite good. But he was, I had to make it clear to him that I utterly deplored the violence of the Provisional IRA, and he allowed me to say that over a number of minutes without interruption. And then we began a real conversation, and it turned out that first of all, he had a very intelligent interest in the theme, and it was based on how did we get to where we got to in the Anglo-Irish Agreement. Now, I don't want to interpret from that he was a supporter of the Anglo-Irish Agreement, but he certainly had studied it very carefully to a point where that was his focus. And I didn't set out as a missionary to convert him, wouldn't dream of it, but he certainly showed an extraordinary interest in the intricacies of the to and fro of those negotiations.
Thank you. And I am going to come back to this lady's point here. Maybe we can take one more question from the floor, please. Should I just hold on for the mic? Yeah. And then John Christian briefly, yeah. Well, 2 questions.
Oh, yes. I was looking at the people in the picture there, Peter Barry, Dick Spring, Tom King, Geoffrey Howe, and who's the man beside Geoffrey Howe? I can't see all of his face.
The protocol officer kind of bending over Mrs. Thatcher.
Oh, and then there's
Okay.
the man behind the woman.
Yeah. Well, if anyone knows, please say. John Cushnan, then just a last question from. Well, sorry.
And then there was the woman beside Mrs. Thatcher. Who is she?
My guess is, I was actually in a similar position vis-a-vis Bertie Ahern in '98. My guess is that she was maybe somebody from the treaty section of the Foreign Office, something like that, possibly. But that's only a guess. I don't know. Sorry. Final question from commentary, briefly from John, and then we'll come back to the question of the linkage between the Anglo-Irish Agreement and the Good Friday Agreement, and addressing that point about the involvement of the people. John.
The idea that there should be a presence of the Gardaí and the Irish Defence Forces on the border in Northern Ireland. If my memory serves me right, there was also an alternative proposal from Mrs. Thatcher of hot pursuit, whereby the defence forces, the security forces on the northern side of the border could pursue fleeing terrorists into the Republic. Was that not on the table at the same time, and could have been a basis for discussion about the two ideas?
What happened was, the reason that I advanced these crazy things, which were called in Whitehall Lillicisms, based on my name, was to get a bit of a dramatic impact and to waken them up. Because, the basic position of the British towards Northern Ireland for generations has been, we don't want to hear about it. So you had to present them with something which was a bit shocking. And I did that deliberately. I didn't expect that the Guards would be, you know, and sandy. So there was a counter proposal which was sort of crazy because there was no need for them. Our point was that you have a need to bring a national Irish dimension into the security forces or the way they behave in Northern Ireland. There was no need for bringing the British forces into Cavan and Monaghan or anywhere else.
Thank you. Just then, finally, the question of the links between the two agreements, and they do seem to me to be, well, very different in all kinds of ways, how they were negotiated, the scope of the Good Friday Agreement, the fact that the negotiations themselves were far less, if you like, coherent to the Good Friday Agreement. That's what happens when you let politicians, well, when you let people in who aren't diplomats. So just maybe to say, just to finish off, so maybe Noel, your observations on that first, and then Mark, and then Michael to finish off.
I'll try to be very brief, but I would like to look back at the whole sequence over 30 years.
Okay, very
I'll try to be as brief in doing that as possible. I realise that you're tied for time and I don't want to spread myself
There's
too
a very
much.
stern taskmistress here.
I just want to fit the Anglo-Irish Agreement into the sequence. In the late 1960s, the two governments had complete ignorance. The Irish government blamed the British government for dividing Ireland. The British government said, it's none of your business. That was said explicitly to Dr. Hillary, the foreign minister at the time, by Lord Chalfont in the Foreign Office. He said, you're a neighbouring country, but you have no business interfering. In the early years of the 70s, especially an official where I worked with, Eamon Gallagher, pushed Lynch, or he became an advisor to Lynch, and stressed throughout the wrong system of government in Northern Ireland. It was the Westminster system of winner takes all. So that was the concept of power sharing. And secondly, the Irish dimension of the problem. It was internal to Northern Ireland. It wasn't just an external demand, it was the minority in Northern Ireland. Heath, more or less, after Bloody Sunday, was converted, if I want to use that word, to the need to do something. And out of that emerged Sunningdale, with both the Irish dimension and the North-South link. And Heath, I have to say, was a very benevolent chairman at Sunningdale. He was willing to accept whatever the two Irish sides would work out between themselves. And he devoted a whole 4 days to it. It's much longer than he would have normally done. So Sunningdale was an effort to settle it north-south. Then there was a fallow period from our point of view, at least. And the Anglo-Irish Agreement picked up on Haughey's idea of the totality of relations. And in a more favourable, perhaps political situation between Thatcher and Garrett Fitzgerald, worked on the two governments taking control and handling it, with provision for devolved government so that the Irish government's role would fall back if there could be agreement in Northern Ireland. It seemed it wouldn't disappear, it would deal with North-South. In the effect of the Anglo-Irish Agreement has been talked about on Sinn Féin. Michael was just talking about it. I think it also had an effect on the Unionists in the sense that they were so irate and angry that they were looking desperately for some other way and were ready to contemplate it. So then you get the Brooke-Mayhew talks, which Mark talked about, and which were very important. It was the first time Ian Paisley had ever sat down with an Irish government. I have the small distinction of sitting across from Rhonda Paisley in negotiation on some detail of a committee or something like that. But I still think it was something to remember. But I think that had an effect in clearing the brushwork, so to speak. The three strands of relationship in Northern Ireland, North-South and East-West, I think came out of that. And that led on to the Good Friday Agreement. So I think that sequence is important in looking back, I think.
Absolutely. No, you're quite right. I mean, I suppose one of the arguments is, we had it earlier this morning, is that if a wider circle had been involved in the negotiations, probably there would have been no agreement. But there was this massive reaction, as you were saying. Just briefly, Mark, on the links, and you mentioned Brooke Mayhew earlier, and then finally, Michael.
Yeah, well, I mean, we should remember that the Anglo-Irish agreement was an agreement between the two governments. It left space then that there could be devolution. Both governments wanted to see devolved arrangement, but rightly they didn't get into any artist's impression of what arrangement that might look at that was going to be for the parties. And in essence, whenever things like the Brooke Mayhew talks took place, as was said, it was on the basis of the three strands. That was, the human analysis of three sets of relationships. Peter Brooke converted that into the three strands, and unionists accepted that. So that was the first time unionists accepted that while they were seeking an alternative to and replacement of the Anglo-Irish agreement, Maria, it was going to be in a context where they would be negotiating with the Irish government, and they knew the Irish government weren't going to agree to something that would see them out of the picture afterwards. So that was key. The fact that in those Brooke Mayhew talks we, got into different concepts and ideas was important, and some of the language was developed there. So, why do we end up with North-South implementation bodies? Because it became very clear people wouldn't agree to anything that was called All Ireland. They wouldn't agree to anything that was called executive. They wouldn't accept the word execute or whatever. Can this body decide things? No, it can't decide, but it can agree. So we got all of that. So an awful lot of the language that worked its way in subsequently to the agreement, a lot of that was washed through in the context of Brooke Mayhew, and of course the three strands as a structure for the negotiations was accepted then, and then Sinn Féin later accepted that going into the Mitchell talks. So I think we need to see all of this in terms of layers of understanding that were built up. We also need to acknowledge the amount of upcycling that went on with different bits of language that was taken from different declarations and documents that then came back and worked its way into the Good Friday Agreement. And that includes language from Hume Adams, because of course then the whole question specifically of self-determination was expressed there. That also was washed through in the context of the Forum for Peace and Reconciliation. So understood the intertwining of that sort of fusion of consent and self-determination, instead of being two rival concepts, that they could actually be intertwined. That all happened on the journey between the Anglo-Irish Agreement and the Good Friday Agreement. So different sets of talks and soundings were involved in all of that, and so that needs to be recognised and understood. So it's not just that everything came in linear fashion from the Anglo-Irish Agreement to the Good Friday Agreement. Many different hands put in different things, and so our process is best understood as a long, slow murmuration that at times it lost shape, and then at times it took on a configuration and a confluence that was significant.
Yes, and of course, let's not forget two things. First of all, that of course the Loyalists fed into the Downing Street Declaration with their language on human rights, which Archbishop Eames conveyed to the governments. Secondly, just to mention him here as I feel it would be wrong. I mean, the point is that the Anglo-Irish Agreement, people shook everything up, and as Paul Bew was saying earlier, made it more likely that a leader would emerge in unionism who would be more take a broader view. And in the end, that person was David Trimble. He wasn't the favourite to win the leadership in '95, but he did. And I think his extraordinary, I think one has to salute, for all that he was not an easy man, one has to salute his vision and his courage.
I know about both those sides. One point I would make as well, just to reinforce that. Remember, whenever the St Andrews Agreement happened, Ian Paisley and the DUP partly justified their acceptance of that, and they justified going into the institutions on the basis that there was going to be this threat that the Anglo-Irish Agreement would return supercharged.
That's right.
If they didn't do it, that the architecture of the Anglo-Irish Intergovernmental Conference, or the British-Irish Intergovernmental Conference in the Good Friday Agreement would be activated in a way that would give them the worst fears from the Anglo-Irish Agreement. So the very fact that the Anglo-Irish Agreement was part of the backstory that was informing Unionist calculations, not just originally in support of the agreement, but also then from those who opposed the agreement in justifying St Andrews. It was based on the Anglo-Irish Agreement.
And this particular spectre was sort of brandished at various points during the sort of the hiatus of its dormant most recently. Michael, the story begins with your walk along a canal after a good lunch. How would you like to wrap things up? What would you say about the lasting legacy and relevance of the agreement?
Well, I think it's the most important legacy of Gareth Fitzgerald. And I think that I can't imagine, and this is not being snide about Charlie Haughey. I was once his private secretary briefly, a very bright man, very able, and the rest of it. But the Gareth Fitzgerald's commitment to peace and harmony in Northern Ireland governed his life and was by far, I think, the most inspiring motivation of all of his experience. And his tenacity, his patience with Margaret Thatcher. He set out to like her, which was not that easy, but he did a major effort, I could see it. And before we went into meetings in 10 Downing Street and the rest of it, he would take an hour on his own, somewhere.
To psych himself up.
To psych himself up, and also to work his way through. And he was extraordinarily successful. And most of the arguments that he made to her, she accepted, which she would not have accepted from anyone, even including, Armstrong or Goodall. So I want to make that point. Fitzgerald has a great legacy, and the Anglo-Irish Agreement is his main achievement, in my view.
Thank you very much, Michael. We haven't gone too much over time, I don't think. So maybe you could all show your appreciation for our three wonderful speakers.
Thank you to our panellists for that enlightening and very insightful discussion. We're going to take about an hour for lunch, everyone. So we'll reconvene at about 2:10, and if you don't mind, try to be here at 2:10 because we're linking up with the States online with Ambassador Nancy Soderberg. So we'll take an hour. It's 1:10, so we'll go for 2:10. Okay, everyone, if you could just take your seats, I think we'll start again. Thank you very much. Well, you've all heard the phrase, it takes a village to raise a child. Well, in this case, in this historic agreement of 1985, it took partners and friends on both sides of the Atlantic to nurture relationships, to form alliances, and to help in the negotiations as well as the implementation of the Anglo-Irish Agreement. Now, before I introduce our next panel discussion on this international perspective, I'm delighted to say we're joined online from the United States by Ambassador Nancy Soderberg, who will address the conference now. Ambassador Soderberg has 30 years' experience in foreign policy, having served and represented the President Clinton administration in the White House and the United Nations. Prior to that, she worked as the senior foreign policy advisor to Senator Edward Kennedy. She has promoted democracy and conflict resolution worldwide and has been recognised internationally for her efforts to promote peace in Northern Ireland and beyond. And she received the Chancellor's Medal for Civic Leadership from Queen's University Belfast in 2023. So I'm just going to check, Nancy, that you can hear us okay in Belfast and Riddle Hall. Thank you. So Nancy's going to, that's great. A slight delay, but that's great, Nancy. Thank you. Nancy's going to address us for about 10, 15 minutes, and then we will have our panel discussion. Right, over to the United States.
Well, thank you so much, Donna, and I'm delighted to be here, at least in 2 dimensions, not 3. And really want to thank the Hume Foundation for making this important reflection possible, and Queen's University Belfast, and of course Tim Atwood for the wonderful invitation to join you today. And I see so many friends in the program: Paul Arthur, Mark Durkin, Sean Donlan, Tynassa, Dick Spring, and really wish I could be there in person. And I wanted to bring you back a little bit in history to the U.S. role in the peace process in Northern Ireland. And 40 years ago is exactly how long ago I got into the peace process in Northern Ireland, just as the Anglo-Irish Agreement was taking effect. I was fresh off the 1984 presidential campaign as a very young intern and landed a job in the late Senator Ted Kennedy's office in January of 1985. And other than St. Patrick's Day and my Irish-American grandmother, I really didn't think about much about Ireland. But that changed the minute I walked into the front door of the Senator Kennedy's office and saw this sign and said, "What does Míl Cé de Fáilte mean?" And ever since, I've been immersed in the Irish-American efforts to try and keep peace in Northern Ireland. I was just thrown immediately into policy towards the Troubles, and immediately realized that John Hume was really its driving force. Ted Kennedy, Speaker Tip O'Neill, Senator Patrick Daniel Moynihan all took the lead in the Northern Irish process, from the Martin Luther King of Northern Ireland, who really shaped the U.S. role in the peace process for decades. And it was funny that literally a month into the job, John's right-hand man, Mark Durkin, showed up in my office to intern with Ted Kennedy, and I was supposed to show him the ropes, and I had no idea how things work, so we learned it together and have been friends ever since. And I would say that, simply put, that peace would not have come to Northern Ireland in 1998 if it were not for John Hume and the Anglo-Irish peace process. And throughout the decades there, John really brilliantly drove the peace process, and particularly American foreign policy in Congress and boardrooms, and eventually in the White House. And in those early days, as many of those in this room will remember, Irish Americans were divided on those who supported the IRA and Sinn Féin and those who rejected violence and took their cues directly from John Hume. And he opposed the efforts of some Americans to support the IRA and Sinn Féin, not only with funds, but also weapons to fight the British. And Hume aimed to put America on a different path and worked tirelessly over decades to engage the British and the US to push for a negotiated settlement. And he really had a vision of a better future, and the force of his vibrant personality just would win people over. And he really befriended the most powerful Irish American leaders and really rallied them to his cause. And of course, his love of a good joke made him simply beloved. And he and Ted Kennedy were really cut from the same cloth. They were both passionate about solving the Northern Irish troubles. and shared a deep empathy for the people and a vision for a better Ireland. And of course, they loved a song and a good joke. I can remember evenings in the 1980s in Ted Kennedy's Virginia home with sing along with John Hume around the piano with ballads and, of course, Danny Boy. And he and Kennedy began a lifelong friendship back in the 70s, and they remained friends until Kennedy's death in 2009. And his SDLP formed in 1972, and his document Towards a New Ireland really set the core set of principles for relationship between the National and the Unionists in the North, between the North and the South, and between Britain and Ireland. And that is really those principles that form the basis for the 1985 Anglo-Irish Agreement, and of course, eventually the Good Friday Agreement in 1998, and of course, a well-deserved Nobel Peace Prize. Today's conference is rightly about the importance of the Irish-Anglo Agreement, which really bridged the gap between the Unionist goal of remaining part of the UK and the nationalist goal of united Ireland. The Sunningdale Agreement had collapsed in '74, but the path was really quite clear. And many politicians, including Margaret Thatcher, had finally come to realize that a solution to years of sectarian violence in Northern Ireland could only be achieved by the means of an all-Ireland arrangement with the consent of the people of Northern Ireland. And the Anglo-Irish Agreement represented a recognition of the need for greater cooperation between the two governments, and that a lasting understanding and solution would only come about from collaboration. Very much John Hume's approach and vision. This was negotiated, of course, between Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and the Irish Taoiseach Fitzgerald. Taoiseach, sorry. And this agreement was a monumental step towards peace and stability. It acknowledged the rights of the Irish government to be involved in Northern Irish affairs and marked a significant shift in British-Irish negotiations. And this breakthrough really began to undermine the IRA's argument that violence was essential to solving the crisis, and it gave a peaceful path to achieving both sides' objectives. And this was really at the heart of Hume's philosophy that the only way to peace is through dialogue. So Hume believed that both sides could win in a Northern Ireland process, that this win-win situation was really going to prevail and not a lose-lose, zero-sum gain. And back in the United States, while this process of peace was evolving in Northern Ireland, the U.S. Irish-American leadership began to really step up. And Kennedy teamed up with Speaker Tip O'Neill, Pat Moynihan, and Governor Hugh Carey, the Four Horsemen. And they became really friends of Northern Ireland and working for peace. Ted Kennedy's legislative director, Kerry Parker, was the mastermind behind this policy. And I remember his close association with Sean Donlan, who I don't know if you're still in the audience, but Sean, I can't tell you how many times I would hear Kerry Parker in the middle of a heated discussion, he said, "Let me call Sean." So thank you for your guidance all those years. In '81, Kennedy and Moynihan and Tip O'Neill founded the Friends of Ireland, which lent support to Hume's effort to promote peace and reconciliation. And St. Patrick's Day in the U.S. became a way for Irish American leaders in Congress to develop a pro-peace statement, really led by John Hume. We never wrote it without consulting with John Hume. And Jimmy Carter was the first president to really echo Hume's message, calling in 1977 on all sides, including Irish Americans, not to support violence. And his statement also promised additional U.S. investment in the Northern Ireland to support a political solution. And I think Kennedy noted that this was really the most important and constructive initiative taken by an American president to date. And Hume had pushed for U.S. support for into Northern Ireland. And in 1985, Congress created the International Fund for Ireland, which appropriated $20 million annually for creating jobs in Northern Ireland. And this was really a partnership following the Anglo-Irish Accord between Ronald Reagan and Speaker Tip O'Neill, two people who couldn't be more opposite politically, but they came together as a really good example for the Northern Ireland folks to push forward a strong commitment to fostering peace and economic development in the region. And this fund was essential in promoting reconciliation, economic cooperation, community building among the people of both Northern Ireland and the border counties. And it promoted equality, fostering reconciliation, very much the embodiment of John Hume's approach. And today, it has made a huge impact. It's been operational since December '86. And it has, in addition to the US, UK, and Ireland, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and the EU have funded it to the tune of nearly $1 billion to date, and half of 550 million or so from the US. And importantly, in 2022, the Irish government announced $20 million over 4 years. So it's really going strong, and it's making a huge difference in promoting John's philosophy that peace is all about people, and people want peace and prosperity, and it's a living example of that. So fast forward a little bit to the Irish peace process. I hadn't yet entered the White House there, but I was on the campaign for Bill Clinton, and then in December 1990, joined the White House in January of 1993. And just that later that year, the Albert Reynolds and the British Prime Minister had put forward a joint declaration, which really built on the Anglo-Irish agreement. And Hume had a major role in that development, but it would really lay the groundwork early on for the Good Friday Agreement. And it was really the effort of 2 decades of John Hume pushing for dialogue. And the joint declaration spurred Adams and Sinn Féin to intensify the pressure on the US to get involved to secure further concessions from the UK and instill confidence in the process. And ultimately, that form of pressure came down to whether the US would grant Adams a visa. And I joined the Clinton administration, as I said, in January of '93. And although Bill Clinton had endorsed giving Adams a visa in the campaign, when Adams first applied for it in '93, we rejected it. I don't even think we went to the president. But by October, you could feel that things were changing. We were hearing about efforts to create a ceasefire. There was a week-long ceasefire earlier that year. And so in October of '93, I'd invited Hume to lunch at the White House to touch base with him, as I always did. And while he was not yet ready to endorse the visa in October, he said things were moving and to watch the events closely and stay in touch. And that message surprised me because for decades, Hume had really advised us not to engage Adams. And then we spoke again in December of 1993, and by then Hume had changed his position. And in light of the joint declaration, he believed that Adams' visa would help promote peace and that the president should give it. And Hume not only had the best antenna for political change on the scene, but he also had the ear of one of the most influential members of the Senate, my old boss, Ted Kennedy. And I knew that if Hume were advocating this, Kennedy and all the other leading Irish Americans would jump on board, which is exactly what they did. And he argued that giving Adams would promote peace, giving a no would be a significant setback. So I had begun to understand that the problem in Ireland was that each side viewed the conflict as a zero-sum game. If one side gained, the other would lose. And we had to change that attitude. And you can imagine the debate in the White House in London of whether we should grant Adams a visa. Terrorism was beginning to take center stage. People forget that the first bombing of the World Trade Center, which killed 6 people in February of '93, was still very prevalent. So London, the FBI, the Justice Department, State Department were all really against it with the same message. Adams was not serious about peace. Do not engage! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! But since his days in the Troubles, Clinton really believed that the U.S. had a role to play in bridging the sides, and that his instructions were to find a responsible way to do it. Never should we engage. And ultimately, it was that win-win logic that prevailed, that if Adams failed to deliver on a ceasefire, we could be in a stronger position to pressure Irish American to isolate him and the IRA. Obviously, if we gave it to him, a ceasefire followed. That was great. And so we gave it to him. Ceasefire didn't come till much later than we had hoped, but it really changed the attitude when President Clinton visited the Irish Belfast. I still remember all of those hundreds of thousands of people out there. And the ceasefire broke down the following February. I remember that Dick Spring happened to be in town, and he encouraged, and everyone said, just keep the peace and keep the pressure on. And eventually the IRA ceasefire was restored. So fast forward, all of that story led to obviously the Good Friday Agreement in 1998. And I remember 2 years ago, we were in this Queen's University for an extraordinary memory with that, and President Biden talking about that historic agreement, and was honored to be part of that. But wanted to just close with where things stand today. I think the Irish American role is critical. I think I asked some of the partners once, would this have happened had President Clinton not been in office? And they all said, no, could have happened eventually, but probably not in 1998. And if you fast forward, there are still problems with the peace process. You have the peace walls are still there. The reconciliation is not full. Integration is not full. The segregation remains. I'm worried about the youth who don't know the violence in their little cavalier about, oh, it was my father's grandfather's war in some cases. But what's important to remember is that the peace is holding, and I don't think it's reversible. And Ireland stands as a unique example of how to do it right. Not perfect, but I think what makes the Irish peace process work is it's inclusive. Women are at the table, you involve the community, people feel invested in it. And the role of the United States gives it confidence. And of course, the investment and peace and prosperity is living. So it's a really extraordinary process over more than 40 years, really. That the U.S. played an important role. And I'm honored that you all are taking this time to reflect on the importance of the Anglo-Irish Agreement, the importance of the U.S. role in keeping the peace, and most importantly, the role of the people of Northern Ireland in holding the peace and making progress. And I'm honored to join you today, and I look forward to the panel discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nancy Soderberg. Thank you, Nancy. And as Nancy will stay with us online to join this part of the conference, let me introduce to you the next panel members. We have two people joining us. William McCarter, former chair of the International Fund for Ireland. If you can make your way up there, Willie. With the development of his family T-shirt and sportswear company, there he is, thank you, in the 1980s, Willie employed 3,000 people in the cross-border enterprise Fruit of the Loom. His lengthy involvement in the International Fund for Ireland saw economic projects, as Nancy was mentioning there, to promote dialogue and reconciliation between communities north and south and within Northern Ireland. Our other panel member is Professor Bridget Laffan, and Bridget is Chancellor of the University of Limerick, Emeritus Professor of European Politics at the European University Institute. She has been internationally, go ahead there, Bridget, thank you. She's been internationally recognised and awarded many times over for her research in European integration. In fact, she was named by Politico among the women who shape Europe. Professor Bridget Laffan, our other guests, ladies and gentlemen. Just to describe it for you, Nancy, we're sitting with seats that are maybe not so flattering for ladies in front of a coffee table here in Riddle Hall. Thanks, everybody, for joining. Oh, you can? Oh, that's great. Thank you for joining us. If I may, Bridget, go to you first, because Nancy was talking about the American influence. Dick Spring also referred to the European context and the relationships that were developed. I suppose they couldn't avoid each other, the British and Irish ministers, before the Anglo-Irish Agreement, excuse me. Tell me more about that influence of our European friends and neighbours.
So I think there's a big distinction between the American role and the European role. It was much quieter, much more context, and much more opportunity. So the first thing I would say is that the relationship between Britain and Ireland was fundamentally altered by EU membership. It created a changed context. There was equality of member states, and also it altered the psychological position of Ireland in relation to Britain. It diluted the large state, small state dynamic. But much more importantly, the EU was a very important arena in the following sense. Firstly, the European Parliament. Northern Ireland had direct representation in the European Parliament through its MEPs, and there were also, of course, British and Irish MEPs. So it was an important arena for major players. The second was that the European Commission, some of its policies had a direct influence on borders, on participative policy making, and in this case, regional policy is very important. And then finally, the Council was an arena where British and Irish civil servants met every day of the week. There was a Council working party or several Council of Ministers meetings a month, and then there was the European Council. And the meetings on the margins of the European Council were absolutely central to the negotiations on the Anglo-Irish Agreement.
So you're talking about a lot of formal talks. What about that informal conversation that was happening between British and Irish officials? But who in particular amongst the other European partners were players in all of this, in trying to develop those relationships, those trusting relationships?
So I don't think that the other governments wanted to encourage better British-Irish relations, wanted to encourage anything that would help address the conflict within Northern Ireland. But they weren't active participants in the way the Four Horsemen were. They were encouraging. But I would say within the European Commission, for example, Jacques Delors was very committed to helping solutions within Northern Ireland. So there were, but it was very different to the American role.
So subtle in that extent. Tell me about the Hagerup report. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. It was produced by the European Parliament in 1984 and was encouraging better Anglo-Irish relations. What sort of an influence did it have?
So again, that was the Political Affairs Committee of the European Parliament. Given the self-image of the EU as a peace project, it was concerned that there was part of a member state of the EU where there was communal conflict. And there was discussion on the need. Hagerup was all about explaining to a non-British and Irish audience what the dynamics were in Northern Ireland and what the issues were. Niels Hagerup himself was a Dane. He came to Dublin, came to Belfast, and the report says nothing on the constitutional issue because the view was that that was not a European competence, because the constitutional arrangements of the member state are completely protected in EU treaties. But what it did do, firstly, it said we must use economic policy to help improve conditions within Northern Ireland, but also on the border. But it also identified the conflict as an identity conflict. In other words, the two traditions, the importance of recognizing the rights of the nationalist community in Northern Ireland. And in addition to that, it focused very heavily on the importance of the governments, the two governments, having a major role in responding.
And what role did European money that was building bridges and roads, especially in the Republic of Ireland, what role did that money have in, I suppose, shifting the mind to Northern Ireland and saying, well, let's sort this out, there's a problem? And I'm just wondering about the economic as opposed to the political influence.
So I think also if you look at the model of European integration, they started with economics. It was deeply political project, but in the post-war, immediate post-war period, you couldn't start with high politics, so they started with economics. And then particularly the European regional policy was very much focused on ensuring that borders were not barriers. And there was, for example, in the early 80s, a report, the Martin report, I think, on an integrated regional policy towards Belfast and things. So it was, EU policy also had a major impact.
Willie, before I go to you, if I may, I can go back to Nancy, and I'm just thinking going backwards and then coming forwards. Nancy, President Carter, then President Ronald Reagan, and you talked about the four horsemen, the Irish-American politicians who were so instrumental in trying to influence and make a change in shift in policy. But I'm very interested in Ronald Reagan. Apart from celebrating his Irish heritage on St. Patrick's Day, what was in it for him to have that introduction with Margaret Thatcher? And we've heard earlier in some of the earlier speakers from our historians about she did it because of Ronnie Reagan, because of the American influence. What was in it for Ronald Reagan in regard to the geopolitical world?
40 million Americans of Irish descent in Ireland. In the politics of it have always worked well for presidents to engage, and I think his close friendship with Tip O'Neill opened up a window into engagement that he saw as possible. You remember, this was at a time when he was trying to win the Cold War, the famous tear down this wall, understood that America had a role to play on a global stage, and I think he honestly believed he could help. The politics in all these presidents certainly entice presidents to dabble in the Irish-American process, but I think he saw the possibility for progress. At the same time that Margaret Thatcher realized that we could engage here, and I think the personal relationships here matter an awful lot. And the fact that they talked to each other, Tip O'Neill and Reagan had a wonderful conversation. Obviously, Reagan and Thatcher were kind of kindred spirits, and the stars just kind of aligned to do it. And you had all these impressive, from the Sunningdale to the Anglo-Irish things were happening, and the U.S. saw it could help. And I'll just comment on one thing that Bridget just said, which I think is so important, is economics are what people can't stay away from. George Mitchell initially was not a special envoy. He was a trade and investment person to promote U.S. investment in Ireland and support jobs in Ireland. And I remember our first trade and investment conference, I think it was 95, that was organized in Washington, and everybody came. And I can still remember walking around the bar, seeing people from the Unionist and Loyalist community who never would have associated with the Nationalist communities and vice versa, all hanging around the bar together. Because economics drive this. No politician can stay away from opportunity to bring jobs back home, and that's one of the most powerful ways you can first engage. So I echo what Bridget was saying.
Thank you, Nancy. Willie, when was your first introduction to Tip O'Neill and the idea of the International Fund for Ireland when we're talking about economic benefit and helping those who need a leg up? If you can take that microphone there, Willie, thanks.
Funnily enough, I only met Tip O'Neill probably twice in the ambassador's residence in Dublin, but it is firmly ingrained in my mind, following on what Nancy says. And by the way, I've met a good few old friends this morning at lunchtime, and Nancy, I'm very glad to see you on the TV now. It's great to see you, and thank you for all. Thank you for all that you personally have done for this part of the world, and I mean north and south, for a long time, and it's just great to see you. But coming back to what you said, it's ingrained in my mind that the way the fund started, Nancy is right, that it was mentioned several times. John Hume and others said it would be very good to have American investment and so on. But my understanding of how it happened was that John, in his inimitable fashion of again, like Tip, all things are local. John discovered that Tip O'Neill's granny was from a little farm outside Buncrana, and he located the farm. He invited Tip and his wife and family over to Buncrana to view the farm, and subsequently the O'Neills own the farm. About 1,500 people on a nice summer night turned out at the local hotel to greet their relative, Tip O'Neill. But what happened the next day, I think, is the important bit, that John was showing Tip O'Neill round Derry in the middle of the day, in a weekday, and there were a lot of people around, young people and so on, and Tip apparently said to John, "What are all these people doing here? It's the middle of the day, they should be at work." And John said, "They're not at work, they're unemployed." And Tip apparently said, maybe Mark Durkin, Mark, don't correct me on this now, Tip apparently said, "Well, I know that one thing we can do is to help you with jobs, because if people don't have jobs, you get nowhere." So he did go back to Washington. He did converse with his good friend, President Reagan, with whom he told Irish stories and sang Irish songs. But between them, and in the bipartisan way that they had, coming from the Friends of Ireland, they provided the money, the first money, for the International Fund for Ireland. And then Canada and New Zealand came in to give it the international aspect, and that's how Tip O'Neill got the international, and John Hume particularly, got the International Fund started.
And what was the focus of the fund? Where, to start off with, should that money have been targeted? Because I know it's very much involved in North-South relations, but also relations and reconciliation projects within Northern Ireland.
Well, Sir Charles Brett, or Charlie Brett, as we knew, was the first chairman, and he started with a pretty balanced board, gender-wise and north-south-wise, but he started with a clean sheet. And as Charlie said to me, we didn't know what we were doing. And they got into a little bit of bother with a couple of first projects, but then got off the ground. And then John B. McGuckin, who's still alive and very active, John B. and his board developed the idea that the fund should concentrate on the areas of highest disadvantage and do all that they could to promote jobs in those areas. And then when I got this very innocent phone call from Sonia Hyland's department there, or Sean Donlan's, saying, "We'd like you to do a little job, probably only take a few hours a week, and we only want you for 3 years." Little did I know that they were sequestering 15 years of my life. But I must say I enjoyed it. But when I and my gender-balanced, religion-balanced, community-balanced board started out, we built on on John B. and his board's focus on areas of highest disadvantage. And what the fund did was, and Bridget has referred to it, rather than the high politics of things, getting a grip on economic things where people are motivated to do economic things that will benefit them and their families and neighbours and so on. The fund developed a set of programs, and one of the most important things that the fund did was it hired what we call development consultants. That is, people who were well-versed, well-located in their areas, who could identify both people and projects along the various fund programs in each area. And through those development consultants, the fund started to put money first on the table, which was extremely important, to allow local people to develop economic projects that provided jobs. And in the process of providing jobs, as I used to say in my single transferable speech, Mark, in order to get civil society going, we don't have to like each other, we certainly don't have to love each other, but we do need to develop a way of working. And that way of working was what the fund's projects were all about. We didn't conduct religious or political headcounts, but we tried through our development consultants and local communities to involve Protestants, Catholics, nationalists, unionists in all our projects. And one of the key things that my board or subsequent boards did was, because the Anglo-Irish agreement came about the way it did, a lot of folks in this part of the world really didn't like it very much, and that's probably an understatement. So the fund, when it started out, had relatively few friends. And one of our objects was to reach out to people and say, look, we're not responsible for the way this fund came about, but we are fair and equitable dealers, and if you deal with us, we will be straight with you. And because we gradually, in terms of John Hume again, if you tell them you've told them, and you tell them again, people gradually get the message. And I would say that one of my, I suppose, best memories of the boards that I served, and I must say the civil servants, both state and semi-state civil servants, one of my best memories is that we did reach out into every community in Northern Ireland and in the border counties, and eventually all politicians. In the first days when we would have a launch or an opening of a fund, you'd get politicians from both sides of the community who wouldn't be photographed with each other, but you'd see them talking very much at the back, and you probably know this yourself. But gradually, they got into the photographs, and I see our old photographer somewhere lurking back there, so he'll vouch for this as well.
But
I'll stop talking, Donna.
Post the Anglo-Irish agreement was got in my head. The anger and the upset among the Unionist population and the Loyalist population here. How receptive were they then to the likes of yourselves having these schemes, money from America, and did it make a difference in Unionist communities?
It certainly did. I mean, the boards that I served, one of the main, apart from tackling disadvantage, we were determined that we would reach out to all communities. And certainly I know there's some people in this audience will vouch for this, that everybody from Ian Paisley to I don't know who wrote in with the fund. And by the way, Ian Paisley was a big supporter of the fund latterly in the European Parliament and locally here in Northern Ireland, because we reinforced the message, look, we are straight dealers, we're fair and equitable, we don't care what community you are, what religion you are, or none, or politics you have, we're here to help disadvantaged people create jobs and develop ways of working with one another. And, you know, the headline numbers are, and Nancy has referred to this, the fund probably has had donations of nearly €1 billion, a lot of it during the time that I was there. The fund developed a leverage, as the Americans would say, of 2 to 1. So for every euro that the fund put in and put down first on the table, extremely important, as people like Dick Spring will know there, first on the table, got €2 from either public or private sources. So we're talking about a total amount of about €3 billion over 5,500 projects, and according to independent valuation, the production of almost 50,000 jobs, and in the process, allowing people the structures to develop the working relationship between each other. Some of them even got to like each other. One or two might have got to love each other as well.
A matchmaker, that's what you were, Willie. Nancy, I'm just thinking about relationships with the Unionist community. You talked about the Four Horsemen with John Hume and the nationalist voice. Before the Anglo-Irish Agreement, and particularly after it, was there a concerted effort amongst American politicians to offer a hand of friendship to Unionists, to listen to their concerns, to understand their point of view and their anger, and to be more inclusive?
I think there was throughout this process, but I don't think the Unionists trusted the U.S. I remember in my own experience, I really didn't care whether there was a United Ireland or not. I just wanted the war to stop. I always eventually the population dynamics would probably drive a united Ireland, but by then it wouldn't matter because of the EU. Well, obviously Brexit messed that up. But my own experience was we went a very calibrated process excuse me, to reach out to the unionist community. As we engaged Jerry Adams, we would always offer the unionists sort of one higher level. So if Adams got to see someone at the State Department, we'd have an offer to come to the White House for the unionists. And they were convinced that we all were pro the nationalist community, and I think that is a fair misunderstanding, really, because there were so much Irish American, from the president to Tip O'Neill to Ted Kennedy, they were all from the nationalist community. But when we actually got to negotiating on the Good Friday Agreement, by then I think they had come to trust, particularly George Mitchell, with his extraordinary ability and patience to listen and to hear the other side. They felt heard. But it took, I think, up until the Good Friday Agreement, Clinton really reached out to the unionist community. I remember inviting them all to the White House, having meetings with them, with the Vice President, the President, National Security Advisor, trying to make sure that they understood we heard their concerns. And I think there was just great suspicion all along. And I think that Willie's work and those at the IFI made a huge difference. The fact that he said Ian Paisley actually wanted this funds was a huge transformation in the attitude. And again, the economics drives a lot of this. And ultimately, I think one of the reasons that the Good Friday Agreement has stood is that the unionist community felt very much heard, listened to, and that the Good Friday Agreement reflects, it really comes back to the Sunningdale Agreement. All of these agreements reflect very much the views of the unionist community. So in the end, I think trust was established, but it literally took 4 decades to get there.
I'm going to open it to the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a roving mic and I can come back to for questions myself. So if anyone has a question, if you could put your hand up so I can see you, and then introduce yourself right at the back there. If you could introduce yourself so Nancy can hear.
Sean Dondon. Hello, Nancy. How are you? Good to see you.
Especially for you, Nancy.
I'm often asked why and how did we persuade Ronald Reagan to support the Anglo-Irish Agreement. It started 18 months right during the negotiation of the 1985 Anglo-Irish Agreement. Garrett Fitzgerald instructed me to go to Washington roughly every 6 or 8 weeks to brief basically only 3 people, and to do so in terms of complete secrecy. Obviously, Senator Kennedy, obviously Tip O'Neill, but the third person, I bet most of you have never heard of him, and he was one of the most influential Republicans on the Irish issue, a man called Bill Clark. Bill Clark was initially Deputy Secretary of State, then he was National Security Advisor, and then he was Secretary of State for the Environment. But his main interest in life, would you believe, was Ireland, even though he had absolutely no Irish connection, other than he spent his honeymoon in Ireland with his German wife. And of all places to spend their honeymoon, they spent it in Monaghan.
There's nothing wrong with Monaghan now,
No
Sean.
disrespect to Monaghan. But it gave him roots in Ireland that he never forgot. And unlike most people, he actually put down roots. He bought a house in Malahide. He kept a horse in North County Dublin. And of all improbable things, he kept a private airplane at Dublin Airport. So he was very well connected, very well informed. But the key, from our point of view, he was an old friend of Ronald Reagan's. He'd been working with Reagan since the early 60s. Reagan appointed him to the Supreme Court of California, which he left to join the campaign in whatever year that was, 1980. And it was basically the influence of Kennedy, O'Neill, and Bill Clark that made possible the day the Anglo-Irish Agreement was signed, a joint press conference in the White House with the Speaker and the President announcing not just their full support for the agreement, but in particular announcing that they would contribute financially, and in doing so, that they would honour Jimmy Carter's commitment of August 1977. There we go.
Thank you, Sean. And Sean will be on our final panel in just a few moments. By the way, we're just going to go straight through. We won't have a break between this panel and the next one, if that's okay with everyone, because we're not too long after lunch. Any more questions from the floor? Hands up. Just there on the aisle. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Donna. My name's Hugh Logue, and picking up, I was the Delors envoy in 1994, whenever the peace program was set up. But one thing was started then, and Bridget covered the whole area quite comprehensively, the Martin report that you mentioned, the Hagerup report. And in each of those times, the EU gave money, but they gave it to the government at the time. And there was this issue of additionality, because the government rolled it in with their own funds, and nobody really knew where the EU money for these initiatives had gone. And there was much dispute as to how much the government had pocketed and how much they had passed on. So the big change was when Willie and the guys, when they set up the International Fund for Ireland, Europe could have flown its own flag and put up its own fund, but it got in behind the International Fund. Carlo Troyan, who was later to become Secretary General, decided that he would go on the board with Willie and the boys and the girls, and they put their money into the International Fund. The difference then was that it was to be bottom up, as it were, project-based, rather than the government handing it down. And when we came as envoys to look in 1990, after the ceasefire in 1994, to look at that, we came and we met, I think, almost 500 community groups. Some of them are here still today, and we're now, I think, on the 5-7-year programs. We're now on Peace 5, 30 years later, European money still coming in. So it was a big initiative at the time, and the key element of it was that it was bottom-up community development rather than top-down.
Thanks, Hugh. And that's very important, Bridget, because we do hear of so much EU funding going through governments. So they learned a lesson there.
Well, I think they understood the specifics of Northern Ireland and the importance of bottom-up and reconciliation. But I think we shouldn't also underestimate the impact of the EU as a model for what's happened in Northern Ireland. And why do I say that? Firstly, although through all of this formal sovereignty never shifted, the actual practice of sovereignty changed. And that's the EU trick. Governments remain sovereign, but they share the sovereignty. So that was very important. Secondly, the EU institutionalizes. So nothing happens unless you institutionalize it. And right through the Good Friday Agreement, but beginning with the Anglo-Irish Agreement, institutions, formalizing institutional links mattered. And then the other thing about the EU that you see is nothing is ever forever. In other words, you come back, you review, models can be superseded, changed. And so I think we shouldn't underestimate how John Hume, what he thought of the EU model, and how he could download as much of that as possible in a different context into relations between the two islands, North-South, and within Northern Ireland. And Hume was the one politician who was active in all of the arenas. He was active in all of them.
Willie, the power of prosperity is significant, but the money that came from the EU, from the International Fund for Ireland, from America, was it initially just seen as a sticking plaster? Were jobs sustainable?
No, the jobs were sustainable, but that money, which was, my father used to describe money as not inconsequential sums. we would operate with probably 15 to 20 million euro per year. And as I was saying to you before, that money was first on the table. So when a community group or an enterprise group got our guarantee, other people knew that that money was safe so that they could then fund on the top of it. And that's why €1 from the fund attracted €2 from other people. But what I would like to say is there was a very senior EU official called Guy Krauser, who, when he left, wrote me a very kind letter. And I suppose I should claim this, that I instituted that every 2 months when the International Fund Board met, and that's board and officials and observers, we would have dinner the night before, stay overnight, and have the fund board meeting in the morning. The reason I did that was lots of things needed to be ironed out, and people, when they have something to eat and something to drink, generally in a more receptive mood to talking about things. So that's what I did, and Guy very kindly wrote in his letter, "I always admired your governance by dinner methods." And I say that as a slightly jocular, but the important thing about that was, and Hugh Logue has just mentioned it, we had on our board people like Carlo Trojan came at least 2 or 3 times a year to our board for probably, certainly all the time I was there, came, if he didn't come himself, he sent a very senior official. So he was there. There was a very senior US observer ranging from Stella O'Leary, who Noel Dorr is very friendly with, and others. In the Republican side, Ed Gillespie, who was right-hand man of George W. Bush and who ended up running the White House for George Bush in his latter days. Ed was there every time, talking to Carlo Trojan. There was a New Zealand ambassador or high commissioner. There was an Australian ambassador. There was a Canadian representative there all the time. So at that level, there was conversation twice a month on that. They would meet the head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service, the head of the Anglo-Irish division of Department of Foreign Affairs. There are people in this room who occupied that role. But all of those people had an opportunity twice a month to discuss things, see how things were going and so on. And it filtered right down because in the fund's programs, all of our program teams were north-south teams from either civil servants or semi-state civil servants, right down to the community groups. And our development consultants frequently attended board meetings so that people like Carlo Trojan could talk to the actual development consultant who was dealing with, you know, Shankill or Ardoyne or wherever they were dealing. So that sort of level of communication, the fund provided a structure for that. And that's why Guy Krauser said, "I liked your governance by dinner."
Anyone else from the floor? Okay, if not, ladies and gentlemen, could you join me in thanking Nancy, Bridget and Willie for their contribution today. Thank you, Nancy, from America. Yes, as I said earlier, we're just going to go straight through without a break since we were so close to lunch there. We're coming now on to our next panel, the impact of the Anglo-Irish Agreement. And this session will examine the events following the signing of the agreement, including unionist reaction, the long-term impact on Anglo-Irish relations and the agreement's legacy, as we were speaking earlier, as a stepping stone to the Good Friday Agreement. Now, to host this conversation and to introduce each of the panellists, we have Professor of Political Sociology here at Queen's University Belfast, Katie Howard. Katie is a fellow of the Mitchell Institute. She has presented her research on the Irish border for international audiences, and she sits on the board of the International Fund for Ireland. So please welcome Professor Katie Howard. Thank you, Katie. Do you want to go up there? Or do you want to do them here?
Please, can we have a fifth chair? Is a fifth chair possible? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Katie Hayward, and it's a pleasure and a privilege to be asked to chair this final panel of a fascinating conference. If I might ask the panelists to take their chairs as I introduce them. So first is Christopher McCabe. So Chris McCabe is former political director of the Northern Ireland office. Early in his career, he served as a private secretary to the Chief Minister of Northern Ireland during the short-lived Power Sharing Executive in 1974, and later as private secretary to the Deputy Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. Between 1988 and 91, he was director of the Northern Ireland Prison Service. In 92, he became head of political affairs in the NIO, and subsequently as political director in Belfast, an appointment coupled with the role of joint secretary of the British-Irish Intergovernmental Conference. Sean Donlan began his career in the Department of Finance, moving to the Department of Foreign Affairs in 1963, where he spent the next 24 years. After postings in Bonn and Boston, his duties on the Northern Ireland desk in the 70s included behind-the-scenes work on the Sunningdale Agreement. He became ambassador to the US in 78, returning to lead the DFA as Secretary General in 81 and playing a major role in the Anglo-Irish Agreement. He was later a special advisor to Taoiseach John Bruton, a Chancellor of the University of Limerick, and until 2022, Chair of the Press Council of Ireland. Eileen Weir has been involved in community development practice for most of her working life, with the aim of empowering communities to identify their needs and be proactive in addressing these needs. She was employed by Shankill Women's Centre as the Greater North Belfast Women's Network Coordinator, now sits on the boards of Reclaim the Agenda, Centre for Cross-Border Cooperation, and the Women's Resource Development Agency. She's also involved in a range of activist organisations, including the All Ireland Women's Forum. In 2018, Eileen received 2 prestigious awards, the Community Relations Council's Exceptional Achievement Award and the McCluskey Civil Rights Award for her role in human rights, civil rights, and peace building. And we do have, I will introduce him because he will definitely be here and making an impact. Dermot Nesbitt is an honorary professor in the Mitchell Institute. He was MLA for South Down from 1998 to 2007 and a key member of the UUP's team in the negotiations leading to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, having been elected to the Northern Ireland Forum in 96 to 98. He held ministerial office during the first Northern Ireland Executive from 1999 to 2002, and he's been a member of the Standing Advisory Commission on Human Rights, which survived the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. He was a board member of the Council for Catholic Maintained Schools and a member of the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel. So welcome. I'm very much looking forward to this discussion. And the way it's going to work is I will ask a question of each of our speakers, in fact 2 questions, and then we'll have a wee bit of a discussion. Hopefully they will respond maybe to what other panelists have said, and then we will open it up to the audience. And I'm very conscious that there's a lot of expertise and experience in the room, and I will be bravely inviting comments as well as questions. So please be considering those as we go on. So the topic of this particular panel is something that has been, the other panels have sort of been veering towards and been steered away from. And we're going to just dive right into it. And that is essentially the question of the impact of the Anglo-Irish Agreement. There's a range of perspectives and an incredible wealth of experience among our panelists. And I'm going to endeavour to be strict on time so that we get that discussion and then the Q&A. So the first question, which I'm going to ask each of you, is what are your most striking recollections of the run-up to the Anglo-Irish Agreement and the immediate reaction to it? And Sean, I will begin by asking you, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, the most striking memory that I have of the period leading up to the signing of the agreement was the number of tasks that had to be done and to be done very urgently. We had to finalize quite a number of documents, the treaty itself, the agreement itself, a joint press communique, and more important what we call the Catechism. Are you all familiar with the Catechism? We identified 60 questions that the Taoiseach and Prime Minister might be asked at the press conference, and we negotiated answers. And that, at times, was more laborious and more time-consuming than negotiating the text of the agreement. But I'm happy to say, and Dick will confirm this, they went into a room beforehand and they even rehearsed the answers to the various tricky questions. So that was one task that had to be completed. Second task, 10 days beforehand, Robert Armstrong and I went to Washington to finalize the American reaction to the agreement and to basically to make certain that we were going to get the money that we had hoped to get. That, incidentally, as far as I know, that's the first time a British and an Irish official went together on a joint mission to Washington. And I'm glad to say we did it in style. We flew by Concorde, and mainly because I could justify flying Concorde on the grounds that Robert was flying Concorde, and he could justify it on the grounds that I was flying Concorde. Anyway, that was that one. We also had, believe it or not, we had difficulty agreeing a location. Peter Barry, who was the minister, Peter wanted to have the agreement signed, if possible, in the Republic, and if possible, in Munster. So we identified Dromolin Castle as a venue, but British turned that down without giving a reason. Then we suggested Kilmainham, and they turned that down on the grounds that it had historic connotations that they didn't like. And finally, they admitted the only place Margaret Thatcher would travel on the island of Ireland that particular week was to Hillsborough. So off we went to Hillsborough. The reaction, I think Dick Spring mentioned this earlier in the day, the reaction in the Republic was relatively muted. I don't think people fully understood the political significance of the agreement. And people like Dick and Peter Barry, they were not really in a position to oversell it because of the fear that we had that we would frighten even more than the document itself, that we would frighten unionists. So there was quite a hold back on the Irish side. Now, we did send Michael Doonan went to Washington to explain the final details to a wider audience there, other than the limited audience that we had briefed the whole way through. But overall, I think it was something of an anticlimax for those of us, particularly who had been involved in the negotiations. You know, we weren't used to getting to bed every night to start with, and we weren't used to having free weekends, because much of the negotiation, and I correct someone who gave the figure, Noel, I think it was you, the number of times we met. My record, so we met 29 times. That's formally. Clearly, there were also a number of additional informal meetings. But of those 29 meetings, many of them took place over a weekend. And to comfort ourselves again, we did things like, we borrowed Shevening at one stage, which was very comfortable. I think we played croquet at Shevening. At least that's what I remember about it. We also used in Ireland Barrettstown Castle, but most of our meetings were in fact in Dublin in Ivy House and in London in the Cabinet Office. We once had to vacate the Cabinet Office because Robert had promised to allow the team who were filming Yes Minister in to film the room. Remember that one?
Thank you so
much. In any event, generally, we had a good time, and I'm sorry that we caused so much offence.
Right, I'm sorry I'm late.
No, we were
Well, yes. I was surprised. You're still in question 1.
Yes, don't worry. Yes, Sean was just answering the first question. I'll go to Chris and then Eileen and then you so you can catch your breath.
Sorry.
Not sure. Chris.
It works automatically, that's great. Well, in the late summer of 1985, I was what was called the Operations Principal in the Northern Ireland Office's Operation Counter-Terrorism Directorate. And although I'd been very close to what was going on in Northern Ireland on all directions over the last few years in the political and security side, I was aware at that stage that something was going on that I wasn't aware of. Things had been different. Not for the first time. It was being driven by the Cabinet Office, and the Northern Ireland's input at almost every level seemed to be zero. One day I was brought into my most senior boss's office and told I was being brought into a secret as well as brought into his office. Something between the Irish government and the British government, very important, was being negotiated. One of the what was hoped would be agreed would be there would be an Irish presence in Northern Ireland, and a building was required. In the strictest confidence, I was to make some inquiries and see if any suitable location might be found. But I was to tell no one what I was doing, not even my closest colleagues. So I fortunately had a friend, a very, very good friend, who was very senior in the property development world in Northern Ireland, and I spoke to him, not mentioning what it was about. I gave him all sorts of cock and bull stories, what I was looking for, but as part of that, and Michael Lillis, who was the first occupant, will maybe vouch for it or not, but part of that process, the Secretariat ended up in Maryfield. That was me brought in. I was worried because I realised that what was likely to happen, and I was given some of the details, was going to have consequences, particularly for unionism. And I had seen it all happening. I'd stood between my boss at the time, Brian Faulkner, and Jerry Fitt, whenever the crowds had marched up the mile at Stormont on the last day of the power sharing executive. And I'd seen that, and I'd seen many, many other things in Northern Ireland, so I thought this is the potential. I realised that the police didn't know, and I was left with this. But eventually, it happened. My team and I were all brought in the early hours of the 15th of November to be ready for what was happening. Our operations room was opened, as indeed the police and military who had been brought in the last few hours also opened their operations room. And the agreement was signed. I had no difficulty with that. I thought that the agreement was a step definitely in the right direction, but the security implications, particularly on the Loyalist Unionist side, were worrying. Tom King the Secretary of State met Margaret Thatcher on the Monday following that. I was to report any developments on the ground, anything that was happening to 10 Downing Street as that meeting was being set up and arranged that afternoon. I took a phone call from one of the most senior RUC officers who told me reports were coming into their office of an electricity pylon being blown up, and also a major water pipe from our main reservoir had been blown up, and they were extraordinarily worried about this. I phoned number 10, the private secretary, and I told them this. The meeting hadn't quite started. Fortunately, 3 minutes later, my phone rang again. It was the same senior RUC officer saying, "Chris, that was a mistake. Someone read out the report of the attacks that the Loyalists made in 1969. And they were put on my desk as happening today. Fortunately, the private secretary hadn't gone into the meeting. It hadn't been reported, and my skin and senior assistant chief constables stayed on our backs. But it went on. Tom King was attacked. The Secretary of State was attacked by Loyalists outside the City Hall the next day. On the Saturday was the large Paisley protest. I went along as an observer, monitoring. Part of my job was to go and report on those things as they were happening, and subsequently I went there. I was astonished at the crowd. I was astonished to see quite a few members of my golf club there, quite a few members of my rugby club, and my bank manager. It just, the breadth of society and the size of the crowd rather horrified me. But it happened. I was only yards from Paisley when he said, "Never, never, never." And those words were burnt into my mind forever. Protests continued, as we know, loyalist protests. Republicans had a problem with it too, but the main difficulty on the streets was from loyalism. It went on one way and the other for another year. But eventually, like all these things, it more or less came to an end of that sort, and we moved forward. And I'm very glad for that.
Thank you, Chris. They're very vivid reactions. Eileen, please.
I didn't fly in Concorde. I was in a white fan with benches up each side because there was no buses on the road because there was a lot of ratting at the time. So I wasn't that privileged to be on Concorde or anything like it, and probably was working 7 days a week for 10 years, and not just a one-off. And I think that's forgot about in all this debate that we're having. That at the time I was very active in the trade union movement. I wasn't working in the community, although I lived in the community. And it was a very, very tense time within the trade union movement because they couldn't agree where to go along with it or not go along with it. I think at the time the Irish Congressive Trade Union didn't say they were in favour of it, but they didn't oppose it. But when it came to the trade union movement in the north, it was a different kettle of fish because it was mainly men that were employed who were trade union members. Very, very few women activists within the trade union movement at that time. There's still a few of us about that was active at that time. And I suppose I was very, very lucky because I was on a women's advisory committee, and the unrest that we were seeing in industry and in factories, and this was industry and factories where the both communities were working together, in particular the mills, where both communities were working together, who had to actually climb over barricades to get to their work. In a lot of cases, people had to just walk to where they were going because there was no transport put on, and not knowing what was going on because it was a secret. My memory of it is that where I lived, and I lived on the Shankill Road, right in the heart of the Shankill Road, was that the British government had let them down. They weren't angry with the Irish government. They were angry with the British government, in particular Margaret Thatcher, because this wasn't the first thing that Maggie Thatcher had done, and in particular on the working class communities that I come from and still come from. So, it was a very tense time, both within my trade union activism, but also within the community that I lived in, that there was a lot of fear. And again, our unionist politicians didn't help it because there was a wee bit of fear, throughout there. This is United Ireland, this is it. And there was a lot of propaganda in both communities, but there was a lot of propaganda. And I can only thank the trade union for educating me, because if I hadn't been in the trade union and got educated and listened to the facts rather than to listen to the propaganda, I probably wouldn't be where I am today.
Thank you, Eileen. Dermot. So the question is, what are your most striking recollections of the run-up to the Anglo-Irish Agreement and the immediate reaction to it?
Thank you. Well, hello. I've heard much about unionism as I sat there all day, so here is a former elected unionist politician's perspective. I do put it in context, the Anglo-Irish Agreement. I was Brian Faulkner's election agent in the 1973 Assembly election. I still have the copy of the command paper that the Westminster government issued then, written on It's now nearly molded, but I still have it. But I'm conscious of two paragraphs, and was then and still am now. Paragraph 52 was quite clear. A single party cannot be in the executive if it comprises only one elected grouping within Northern Ireland. There has to be power sharing. I signed up to that. I agreed with it. The second point was at paragraph 111, which said it is unrealistic for a Council of Ireland to be drawn up by the British and Irish governments. It must be drawn up with the consent and support of the two communities. And that's what the discussions were. And I remind myself that in November 73, there was a motion at the Ulster Unionist Council, of which I was a member, that they should reject power sharing. The Ulster Unionist Council did not reject power sharing. Brian Faulkner was holding on by his fingertips, supporting power sharing. And along came Sunningdale, and the big problem with Sunningdale and the communique, as it was officially called, but when I look at it, the content of what Sunningdale was cooperating North and South, it was to be done with the consent of all the ministers. The dynamics of that is what was the 1998 agreement. As a unionist, I regret that some unionists took over 50 years to realize the balance that was needed. Power sharing within Northern Ireland and cooperation north-south with unanimity and agreement. But the problem was the Taoiseach, Mr. Cosgrove, said, we haven't changed the status of the Irish Constitution. Indeed, there was a court case lodged to make sure it hadn't been contravened. And that frightened many unionists, and I can understand it because they said the Council of Ireland is a way to a united Ireland. And guess what? Friday the 4th of January, the Ulster Unionist Council rejected the Council of Ireland. Faulkner was on his way out then. Even though the executive was going to be formed, there were strikes, there was disruption, and it resigned. But why I know it was Friday the 4th, this was a smiling point. I still have the front page of the Belfast newsletter on Saturday the 5th of January 1974. And the bit I like, it said, and one of the younger delegates, Dermot Nesbitt, made a strong speech in support of Sunningdale. I was and remain a moderate, but I'm afraid the Irish just went a step too far with Mr. Cosgrave highlighting it and the court action. They rejected the Council of Ireland. I was at that meeting at the City Hall. In fact, do I call it a meeting? Because I think it's the only meeting I was ever at where Ian Paisley was speaking at it, because he and I did not exactly see eye to eye. That was his famous one, never, 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 and then a low never. Jim Molyneux was there as well. And of course, there were the by-elections, as Mark referred to. Jim Nicholson lost his seat to Seamus Mallon. But I conclude this introductory bit on a personal bit, which I'm not sure, because it is emotional, whether I should or not, but I shall. In March 74, my mother died. And what we had been doing was I was vice chairman of the Southeastern Educational Library Board. And we went to each board meeting and attended and then withdrew and left as a protest, withdrawal because of the Anglo-Irish agreement. On that last meeting in March of the Southeastern Board, the chief executive extended commiserations to me on behalf of the officers on the death of my mother. I did not leave that board meeting. And what annoyed me when I reflect on it, some of my unionist colleagues were very annoyed that I did not leave. I said I couldn't leave a board meeting that expressed sympathy on the death of my mother. I've never spoken that publicly before, but that is one of my living memories of the Anglo-Irish Agreement, that meeting of the Southeastern Educational Library Board in March 1974. And those are my main things.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Dermot. The second question is, what longer-term impact do you think the agreement has had that has proven to be particularly significant, for better or worse? Sean, can I start with you, please, on that one? Just your microphone, if you don't mind.
I think the first long-term impact of the Anglo-Irish Agreement was the obvious one, the normalisation of Anglo-Irish relations. Earlier meetings, earlier sessions today, we've talked about how bad things were. Happily, even through the Brexit era, I don't think relationships ever got quite as bad again as they had been before the Anglo-Irish Agreement was signed. So I think that's the first long-term achievement of the agreement. Second long-term achievement, I think, is the fact that both the Unionists and the Nationalist communities were, in the years following the signing of the agreement, they were persuaded eventually to get together and talk about what became the Good Friday or the Belfast Agreement. I have absolutely no doubt that John Hume was able to use the Anglo-Irish Agreement in his talks with Gerry Adams to persuade nationalists generally, Republicans in particular, to persuade them that there was no longer a justification for violence. It took a long time for that to sink in, but sink in it did. And equally, I think on the unionist side, people began to realize the only way to get power back was to accept that there had to be power sharing, and the more power sharing came back, or the more likely it was to come back, the more likely it was that the dreaded presence of Irish officials in Maryfield would basically disappear, and that's exactly what happened. As you know, part of the Good Friday Agreement is that the 1985 agreement was abrogated. However, much of the language, even certainly the spirit of the Anglo-Irish 1985 agreement, is contained in Strand 3 of the Good Friday Agreement.
Thank you very much, Sean. I'll go to Chris, then Dermot, then Eileen. Chris, please.
I agree with so much of what's been said here in the last, on this session already and in the previous one. I'm going to be a bit cheeky and just summarise from my point of view how I see what I was watching over 35 years very close to the action, and I was. I don't want to sound cynical in this, and I don't mean it in any hurtful way, and an awful lot of people lost their lives, but I thought about it a lot, and it was a sort of game of three-dimensional chess. It was a deadly game, and game's the wrong expression perhaps, but everything that was going. I was in my office when Willie Whitelaw's, in my office in Stormont Castle, when Willie Whitelaw's helicopter arrived outside. The first direct rule, I was taken into his office. I worked for colleagues in London as one of the the grunts doing the work on various ideas which we've heard about already, but joint authority, integration, independence for Northern Ireland, condominium, for those that know what condominium is, and I have to keep looking it up every time I mention it, and redrawing the border, and we've heard about that. Possibilities that didn't come to anything, but in those first few months and the first year, I realised that just about everything was on the table, and above the table, and below the table. We had a green paper, it's been mentioned, that set a pattern for a possible way forward, which turned itself into a white paper, which firmed up on a lot of those things, and eventually, not long afterwards, the Constitution Act, which we've heard about, which moved us into an assembly. I was at Sunningdale when the Council of Ireland was debated. We've heard from Dermot the details of what happened to the power sharing executive, which again I was very close to. I mentioned that I stood between Brian Faulkner and Jerry Fitt as the crowds came on the very last day of that power sharing executive, great sadness. We moved on to all sorts of discussions involving the Irish, involving the parties. It rolled on and rolled on. We'd heard of rolling devolution. Happily, although they were on and off, we got the Brooke-Mayhew talks we've heard about, which brought us forward. We got eventually ceasefires and Mitchell talks. And we got the Good Friday Agreement on the 10th of April. It took another 9 years to get us to the situation that, again, having been at the City Hall and watching the Reverend Doctor's Never, 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 I was about the same distance away in Parliament buildings in the main hall when the same Reverend Doctor and one Martin McGuinness took power together as First and Deputy First Minister, and I really felt I had seen it all, and I had seen it all. I think we can talk about tragedies, but even in the intervening years between the Anglo-Irish Agreement and that day, I was counting them up, and there were over 800 deaths. And that's nothing to say, that's nothing by comparison with the number of deaths there were after Sunningdale and the first power sharing. But really, guys, when we're here, it takes, not this gathering, but getting on with it is the thing, and it's just a tragedy that it took so long, but I think we're there now.
Thank you, Chris. Dermot? Yes.
I've spoken to you. I'm going back just for 2 minutes.
Just 1 minute. 1 minute.
1 minute. I was emotional with my mother. What I forgot to mention was the Anglo-Irish Agreement. That said Ireland had a right to make points and they would make a determined effort to sort out the difference. But what was more important, it said, if there is no devolution, the ministers will work together in a conference to promote economic and social development. That was what was not to be done according to the 1973 government command paper. I left that bit out, and then of course my mother died in March 86, not March 74, and it was in 86 whenever I was withdrawing, as were my party colleagues. Though I said at the time, if you walk out from somewhere, you have to walk back in sometime. I wasn't for walking out, but I followed the party line generally. Now, to move to the second question about learning that. One important thing post the Anglo-Irish Agreement was the demise of the USSR in 1989. Russia is still playing an important part today. The demise of the USSR led the Council of Europe and the European Union to take action. Why? Because in 1919, with the breakup of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Treaty of Versailles, there were many minorities created within countries, especially Germans in Poland, and that led to the Second World War. The Council of Europe was concerned that we need stability. They brought out a convention that would protect the minorities within the countries of Europe, and importantly, they said, territorial integrity was to be respected. No interference, political independence. That was to be respected. And guess what? The Council, or the European Union, dare I say they're maybe slightly hypocritical, the European Union for the countries that wished to join the European Union that were once in the USSR, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland, Hungary, they all had to sign up to respect for the territorial integrity of the state. Douglas Hogg, the Westminster MP, was asked, what was it about? A written answer in the House of Commons. He said it was about countries where their minorities were neighbouring other countries that were a majority, and we had to have peace and stability, borders respected, independence of countries. And that's what was brought about as a result of the USSR. Roll forward 1998 Belfast negotiations. The United Kingdom was involved in all of that Council of Europe stuff, all of that European Union stuff, but somehow when they wrote the frameworks document, we might have some regard to international law. There might be some models. Perhaps there are some models. They didn't wish to know what was agreed. During the talks, it's in the documentation, it's clearly there. They eventually agreed, and it's written into the agreement, we will ensure that we legislate to fulfill our international obligations. The Irish government committed to ratify that Convention on National Minorities, and they gave a commitment to the Council of Europe that international law would be its rule of conduct in dealing with neighbouring states. And as a unionist, I find it difficult. I'll be honest, I'm a moderate. But along comes the Taoiseach and says, when the protocol comes, the Windsor Framework, he says, I say, and he said it on the 8th of December 2017, the day it was agreed, he said, I say to the nationalist people of Northern Ireland, we have protected your interests. There will be no hard border. And guess what he said? On our island. Words are important. That was offensive. He was interfering. Not good enough.
It's just subtle.
I'll say no more in case I get a slap in the face.
That was the joint report that was issued on the 8th of December 2017. So putting the context for the later protocol, you're right. Eileen?
After all that, I forget what the question was.
It was, what longer-term impact do you think the agreement had that has proven to be particularly significant for better or worse?
There's a few things, you know. I think it woke up the women's movement big time. And although people were shaking hands when agreements was done and talking and going into the rooms for the first time, we had been doing it for about 10 years prior to that. And I think the women's movement sort of way got into their heads that our men are not going to do it for us, so we're going to have to try and do this for ourselves. And there's people in this room, and I'll mention her name, Marion Kane. Throughout the whole conflict, Marion Kane walked from our down to the Shankill to sit in the Shankill Women's Forum to represent the people, the women, and she's still here today, and she's still walking that road. So, you know, we didn't need an Anglo-Irish agreement to be friends or to shake hands. We already were doing it. Some of the things that came out of it, some of the things that didn't come out of it that I would have liked to see, which didn't come out of Sunningdale, which didn't come out of the Good Friday Agreement, was a Bill of Rights, what was in it. We didn't get that, and we're still waiting on that. We seen a change, and it probably was the social and the economic stuff that came out of it. Flags and Emblems Act came out of it. Fair Employment Act came out of it. And the Equal Opportunities Act came out of it. All right, there was more attention put on the Fair Employment Act. There was more attention put on the Flags and Emblems Act. There wasn't very much attention put on the Equal Opportunities Act because that was men and women. Fair Employment was Protestant Catholic. Flags and Emblems was Protestant Catholic. So there wasn't real sense that women were being looked after in all of any of the agreements. And as the years went by, we've seen different changes within society. Women's centres, first women's centre was the Falls Women's Centre in 1985. We had 14 women's centres by 1987. So we probably wouldn't have got as far as what we have got, only for the women's movement and keeping things going and listening to what was happening to our friends on the Falls, our friends in Ardoyne, our friends on the Shankill, because we were all suffering the same. There was poverty, people were being shot, there was bombs, and the women were carrying the cans in all those communities throughout all those years. And until today, they are still carrying the can for a lot of the things that we still haven't got. And yes, there was investment in money. The peace money came in, Peace 1, which was a disaster, Peace 2 was a disaster, the way it was put out to communities. Then we had Peace 3, Peace 4, Peace 5. I was probably very lucky. My first job in Shankill Women's Centre, I was funded by IFI, which was only a year-on-year funding, but that's the way it is, and that's the way it was, and that's the way it still is, year-to-year funding. So the people who suffered the most have got the least out of any agreements, because I'm working with a wee group at the minute, and it's unbelievable the fear that they're still living under and still feel isolated, and they fear their own more than they fear the other now. So that's a society that has been created because money has been redirected to other places, and those wee communities that are still existing and still helping and still crying out are still suffering probably worse now than what they did in 1984, 85, 86. So yes, there was good, but I think people, and in particular our politicians, need to actually take a good look at themselves and listen. Yes, they are listening to communities, but their communities are not being heard. They can listen and they can praise us and they can throw us some. We want hands up, we don't want hands out, and we need to forget about funding. We need to be saying we're going to invest in these communities. And let's bring these communities where they should be, because they went through the worst of all the troubles, through the Sunningdale, the protests, the riots, through the Anglo-Irish agreement, the protests, not Flan and Concord. We were doing all the stuff at the ground, at grassroots level, and they're looking now if they can even put heat or feed their children. So I think politicians need to have a good look at themselves. We support, and only for the women. We wouldn't have a Good Friday Agreement because the women got behind the Women's Coalition to get those changes put in place. And the things that the Women's Coalition put into the Good Friday Agreement, integrated education, still sitting where, well, it's raised a wee bit. 7% before the Good Friday Agreement, 7.1% now. It might have went up a wee bit. That's great. Over 20 years, we're getting that. And he spoke longer than me, so don't... And
don't give me trouble, Eileen. Don't give me trouble.
And I'm the only woman on the panel, so... And I get frustrated that, I'm passionate about the work that I've done. I worked in community after the trade union. I was very, very lucky, and because the woman that was on my advisory committee in the trade union was my blood, Avila Kamari and Monica McWilliams. So, I'm standing on those women's shoulders, and I only hope that we have our younger women, which are brilliant, coming through, stand on my shoulders, because we need to keep this going for the working class. And I'm not just talking about women, because if you educate a woman, if you made a woman feel secure, make a woman feel safe, the whole family's safe. The kids are safe. The education is safe. So it's not anti-men, because I know a lot of feminists who are men, but we need the men that's around those tables to be saying, where is all the women in this room? If we are not round the table, you are not hearing, you are probably listening, but you are not hearing, or you just don't understand how hard it is in these communities that went through the worst of the worst.
Thank you, Eileen. I wasn't going to stop you. Instead, I wanted to build on something or respond to something that you were saying, which is that I'm very conscious, actually, all of you, you've all very different perspectives and experiences, but all of you have given your lives to the work of peace, in very different form. But you've shown courage and tenacity and resilience in all that you've done in very different ways, and I want to thank you for that. But also to recognise that so much of your work, no matter where it lies, is vulnerable still to so-called spoilers, or to people who only have negative things to raise or to disruption to cause. And just reflecting on what you're saying, do you think in retrospect that there's been enough cooperation and communication between politicians, officials, civil society, in recognising that need for collaboration? Because you're all doing the same, you all have the same objective. Eileen?
No, I don't think there's enough communication. You know what I mean? When I was sitting in rooms 30 years ago when I first went into community, with people I shouldn't have been in the rooms with, but to learn, to understand, and to get to know the issues and the fears of others, you needed to be in them rooms, and you needed to listen to the people that's in those rooms. And again, they vice versa. I think there was a wee bit of hope one day. A wee bit of hope. We live in hope every day in life. And there was a bit of hope when we had the Civic Forum, which was in the Good Friday Agreement, which is something else we didn't get, that the Women's Coalition put in. I think if we had that format, now I wasn't overly impressed the way it was selected, but I think a civic forum is actually, needed. What's happening at the minute, because again, the women is leading the way in this. I sit at the minute on Belfast Women's Assembly, and it's a group of women who did voluntary, no money, no funding, no nothing. Most of us are all retired from a wage, but we are taking it out to people and asking people, although it's Belfast Women's Assembly, it's not restricted to women coming to it. We're not the assembly, we're the steering group, and every event that we have is the assembly. So we've started doing that, and we're trying to encourage that in every council area of the province. Now, if we have assemblies in those councils that are women, trying to get the voice through, because nobody's hearing us. So, again, there's women at the forefront trying to do something, and I think it shouldn't be up to us. Community workers, probably the lowest paid non-civil servants, no pension, no holiday pay, no nothing. And we're retired, and we're still working and working to try and make a difference in people's lives, not in my life. It's to make a difference in people's lives who have suffered the most. Because we have a lot of, you keep thinking of people of 70 and 80 who lived through the Troubles. I think about the kids that were born into the Troubles, or 30s or 40s, or 50-year-olds who knew nothing else, only conflict. And we need to be looking after those people.
Thank you, Annie. Some excellent points. Would anybody else like to say something on this particular topic?
Did you say your question was about the relationship between officials and politicians?
So now we're 40 years on from the Anglo-Irish Agreement. It's a very different environment. But yes, possibilities of, in retrospect, would it have been good to have done more talking with civil society or... Sean?
If I just make one comment. When I was a minister, I never worked harder in my life. But I was never more relaxed, if I was being honest. The things that bother you, where do I park my car? What am I having for lunch? Where am I having lunch? Where are my documents for the meeting? Who am I meeting? All those things that make you scratch your head, they're all taken care of by the private office. So I would say the interaction between ministers and officials at ministerial level was certainly excellent. I summarized. Never worked harder, but was never more relaxed.
Chris?
Could I just, it was mentioned there, the relationship with civil society, and I may be corrected, but certainly from not because of the agreement itself, the Anglo-Irish Agreement, but from that period and intensely through the 1990s, the Northern Ireland Office, the political side of it, was in touch with every community organisation we could think of, and it was recommended to us. We were out, my people were out there talking, and indeed so was the Maryfield Secretariat, right? We've heard about the Travellers and others, but going across, we were talking local communities, we talked to local general practitioners and optician, we talked to church leaders, but we talked right up and down the line. Even Secretary of State, William Whitelaw, Patrick Mayhew was very keen on going out into villages and towns, and we would arrange for him to meet the butcher, the baker and the candlestick maker, and even give them lunch. And what was picked up from that was processed and was sincere. Now, those of you that are involved in that world can put your hands up and say there wasn't enough of it, but there was a great deal, and I take some of the credit for helping to promote the Women's Coalition, because I thought it was an absolutely wonderful idea, and Monica Williams, I'm happy to say, does pat me on the head occasionally for that. But that was one of the greatest things that we have. There can be criticisms of everything, but that effort was there, and I think it's very, very important. It's touching base with everyone, the high in the middle, touching with everybody else.
Thank you, Chris. I'll go to the audience in just 1 second. I have a specific question for Sean, which I haven't told you about. But in Article 11 of the Anglo-Irish Agreement, it says there'll be a review in 3 years' time. Did that happen, and what were the results if it did? Microphone, if you don't mind. Thank you.
I can't tell you that because I had left
That's true,
the
of course.
diplomatic
It did
service
happen.
at that stage. But I think there was.
Just microphone. Sorry.
Just to say, it did happen. Not a lot in it, but again, as I said earlier, it held out the prospect of the Anglo-Irish Agreement being replaced, if by agreement. Yeah.
Okay. So it helped the prospect of it being replaced. Okay, thank you.
And of course, there isn't a review clause in the final agreement.
There isn't. Okay, so let's open up into the audience. Any comments, as I say, yes, or questions? Just here at the front. If you could introduce yourself, if you don't mind.
Hi, I'm called Elizabeth. I want to ask today, with all of your experience, if you had to give a political representative, a trade unionist, or a diplomat advice on how to keep our societies calm and to deal with any divisions that are bubbling, what would it be?
Oh, that's a big one. Who's going to answer that? Sure.
If I knew the answer to that one, I wouldn't be sitting here. The best lesson, certainly, that I've learned in diplomacy is you need accurate information for whatever it is you're considering. When you think that in the Republic, from 1922 to 1969, we had no formal route to contact people in Northern Ireland or to find out what was happening in Northern Ireland. We knew more in the Department of Foreign Affairs in 1969. We knew more about the civil war in Nigeria than we knew about what was happening in Northern Ireland. And the lesson that taught me was no matter what topic you're dealing with, you need to be informed, and in particular, you need to be informed accurately. That sometimes takes one hell of a lot of activity.
Just two comments. I would say it's a well-known trite phrase, walk in the other man's shoes. You have to try and understand what the other person's perspective is, which helps you to work with them. And I can say it, whether it's believed or not, tried to perceive the nationalist perspective and look at it from a unionist viewpoint to try and move forward together. What you've said about dealing with facts, the second point, fact. The House of Lords has said, European law is applied to Northern Ireland without either Westminster or Stormont having any say in that law. That is a fundamental breach of international law. Territorial integrity is not preserved. Now that's a fact. Do we want to deal with it or do we not? Or do we brush it under the carpet and pretend it doesn't exist? I think those facts need to be dealt with. Seeing it from my perspective, others seeing me, as I try and see them.
Dermot mentioned to me earlier he would like to have a debate on the Windsor Framework, and I think we shouldn't have it here, if you don't mind. But we will organise a separate event to talk about the Windsor Framework. Yes. Eileen.
I would say information is key. Now, Katie will stand by this, because see when the Windsor Framework came out, see when the Good Friday Agreement came out, see when all them agreements came out, the people that really matter, that keeps the peace, can't understand them because of the way they're wrote. You need to have a specialty. I don't understand them. Now, I have people come in and translate what's in the agreement so it's an easy read to give the people the information that nobody can put in propaganda to take it down the road that they want to go. So I believe that information is power, but if you only give the information to the powerful and don't feed it down right to the bottom, right to the grassroots, then it's a waste of time, because where the trouble starts, it isn't in the golf clubs. You know? It's not in them clubs that, you know, middle class and people who have money and the rich go to. When there's a problem, it hits the local communities, our rural communities in particular, because they're so divided that when information goes into the rural community, you can guess how that Chinese whispers goes by the time it goes from farm to farm to farm to farm. So information's power, and we need easy read documents. When the Good Friday Agreement came out, Community Dialogue at the time done an easy read document from the 3 pillars of the Good Friday Agreement, and that's how we got the information out to women, so that they could vote in favour of the Good Friday Agreement, because they got the information. So if you don't give them the information, you're wasting your time.
Thank you, Eileen. Chris?
Could I just add to that, that to get that in, to know that you need to give out the information, you need to be listening. So the organisation needs to be fitted out to listen and then come back and do something about it. If you're just told by one person who comes into your office, it maybe doesn't have the effect. But if you're out there listening to all the groups, so listen and then act.
Okay. Can I ask Donna, how much time do we have? Oh no, we've got 4 questions.
Well, then you take 10 minutes.
Okay.
10, 15.
Okay, great. Let's take each question.
We're loose on the time.
Okay, great. No, don't tell that in front of them. No. I'm doing well so far. We will keep up this record. Susie, question at the back.
Thanks so much, Susie Deedigan. Thank you. My question is for Eileen, and you've given a lot of insights from the grassroots, and I live in the Bone and do work with our community and tenants union, and I see exactly what you're saying, that the problems in my community, the solutions are still from the grassroots. And I wonder, my question really, and others might come in on this, with the progress that was made with the Women's Coalition, you know, Monica and Pearl getting those seats at the table, why do you think, specifically in relation to the women's movement, they weren't able to hold that level of position within the formal political institutions, and why has so much of that work returned to the grassroots, if that makes sense? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the Women's Coalition was set up. It wasn't set up as a party, I mean, it wasn't to be, but it was to get our voices around the table. I'm not talking about it because there's a member of the Women's Coalition sitting in the audience, and I'm not going to say too much. But I believe, and this is what we're lobbying for at the minute, is the UNR 1325, Women, Peace and Security. And within that, it's when we're talking about peace building, anybody that's come through a conflict, there has to be women at the table. We're still fighting to get 1325 because it's not recognised here in Northern Ireland. The Irish government has a fantastic document that recognises the women and the peace building work that the women did in the north, but we don't have that here in Northern Ireland. And I think that would help, where that we should be saying, in any funding body who's given funding out to a community organisation should be saying, what's the balance of your management committee? What's the balance of your board? How many men? How many women? And let's deal with the boards. And if we have the people that's making the decisions who are listening to each other at that level, that would actually help. I have worked across North Belfast for the last 30 years. I haven't yet been invited to an interface meeting when there's been trouble. Not one. Because it's all men that go to those when there's trouble. They bring the men in. Who causes the trouble? The men. So, you know, what chance have you? And I'm known. People know me. And they must be saying, don't be bringing her around the table. But I have never been at, when there's been any conflict and they're looking for, you know, both sides of the community sit down around the table, I've never been invited. Never. I wonder why.
Thank you, Eileen. Noel, we have a question for Noel at the front. James, please. Just wait, if you wouldn't mind, Noel, just wait for the microphone. He's coming at a sprint.
Forgive me for intervening. I
No, we're delighted.
It's probably not appropriate to this session, but first I want to say something that I think has been a little bit overlooked. But first to Eileen, I have to express regret. It was all men who negotiated the agreement. I wish we could have done something. I wish we could still do something. The thing that I think I want to mention, if you don't mind. Well, yes. I was thinking of the officials, some of the three of us who are left. One who has not featured as much as he should is Robert Armstrong. Tribute has rightly been paid to David Goodall, who worked closely with him, and his imagination was a great help. But Armstrong, a man who had no connection with Ireland, as far as I know, felt a sense of responsibility for the problem. He had served, I think, as private secretary for Ted Heath. And he wasn't at Sunningdale, but he was watching from the Cabinet Office or from Downing Street. But in the Anglo-Irish agreement, his role was absolutely essential. And first I should say that my memory of the affair is that each of the two sides argued with great integrity for their respective positions. But at the same time, each of them tried to bring some creativity to it and some understanding. And Robert's ability to draft, his integrity, and his concern, when we met a difficulty, anybody else might have said, that's a difficulty. He said, let's find a way around it. So I think he's someone who should be mentioned here in the same context as David Goodall. I think some of us retained to a late stage in their lives, they're now gone, the contacts and friendship we had at that time. But Robert Armstrong and David Goodall in particular were two to mention, notwithstanding the unfortunate events in Australia later, where he was rather a fall guy for others.
Thank you, Noah. I will just get one more question from John before going back to the panel.
Thank you very much. I left Northern politics in 1987, and when I reflected on the Anglo-Irish Agreement, one thing over the years afterwards, one thing I concluded very definitely, there would never have been a Good Friday Agreement if there was no Anglo-Irish Agreement. The weakness of the Anglo-Irish Agreement, which in one way has had a positive effect, I deplored the secrecy in which it took place, the fact that it was a nationalist agreement, and everybody other than nationalists were excluded from its negotiations. And I think the lesson that unionists learned in particular is they must take control of their own destiny in the future. And had there not been an Anglo-Irish agreement, I don't believe unionists would have engaged in the negotiation of the Good Friday Agreement. They understood if they wanted to control their own destiny in a way they weren't able to do so under the Anglo-Irish Agreement, they had to be involved in an inclusive negotiation.
Great. Thank you, John. I know Dermot will respond to that, will you not?
I don't entirely agree with you on that point. I think there's a deeper aspect. Unionism in the 70s had ultimate power until Stormont was prorogued in 72. So those who had power, I found a lot didn't want to share it. But it was not until the 90s, those who were in influence and power in unionism, who had no power from a government point of view, realized to have the power, you needed to share it. And therefore, I think the dynamics of the 90s compared with the Anglo-Irish Agreement was in an attitude of mind within unionism. But I would add one other point on Noel Doerr's book, an excellent book, The Way to Peace in Northern Ireland, Sunningdale. But he drew attention to an important element, I thought. Chequers, 1971, a long time ago, the advisor to the tea shop said, don't go for it all at once. Go for it step by step. Step one being economic and social harmonization. And that aspect of economic and social harmonization, from a unionist perspective, could be seen to have permeated all that has happened, up to, and dare I say it, including the protocol.
Thank you, Dermot. Chris or Sean, would you like to say anything in relation to? No, you don't have to. Okay, we've got two final questions. I'll take them together. Yes. Sorry, just at the back, James. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, please.
Paul Collins from the Integrated Education Fund. So thanks very much, Eileen, for pointing out about the lack of growth of integrated education, which obviously is still a big issue. What I was going to ask, today's about 40 years of reflection. Could the panel maybe reflect on where they see things in 40 years' time?
Very good. And the last question from Hugh.
Thanks, Katie. This isn't a question, but earlier you were asked what had been learnt, and I see the title reflecting on the Anglo-Irish Agreement. When I was back dealing with Seamus Mallon and David Trimble for the years of the power sharing executive, I used to talk to unionists about, and I wasn't a unionist, about the Anglo-Irish Agreement and about the New Ireland Forum. And one of them once said to me, and this is the one-liner I would give you in terms of learning, and they said, unionists learned that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu.
Now then.
Yes.
40 years from now.
I wouldn't disagree with that to a certain extent. Seamus Mallon was also the owner of that famous statement, Sunningdale for Slow Learners, the Belfast Agreement, which to an extent I don't disagree. but also the Irish government were slow learners. It was not until 1998 that they were prepared to consider changing Article 2 and 3 of the Constitution. And Dermot Ahern wrote, it was very important, Article 2 and 3, and therefore we had to have the agreement. And the Irish Times wrote, there wasn't a bigger change in the Constitution of Ireland since its foundation than when they changed Articles 2 and 3. And I've already referred to the Taoiseach in 1973 saying, Articles 2 and 3 still applies. And that downed Brian Faulkner with the Council of Ireland. So a lot of us had to learn lessons, not just unionism, is my point.
Can you say something, Dermot, about 40 years from now?
Yes, AI will rule the roost. I'm amazed when I see what's happening. I live with my 14-year-old granddaughter on her mobile phone. There's something I can't do on the computer, and she says, here, Granda, come here. Push that, and she can do it. And she can point out things about AI that I haven't a clue about. So I don't really know. But it will be a challenging time because AI will have some influence. I have no doubt.
Thank you. Chris?
I would be dishonest if I didn't disclose. For those of you that read the Irish Times, there was a lengthy article, a lengthy interview by me at the beginning of last year, which I then backed up on the BBC, where someone, quoting all my experience that I've had, and coming from a broadly unionist background but with nationalist leanings, I said that I didn't think there would be a referendum that would carry us into United Ireland for 10 years, but I thought it was a distinct possibility in 20. It was an inevitability, and part of that would come from the attitude across the water, which was chilling to us most of the time.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that, but I'm glad you asked a question about the future, because I'm sick of talking about the past, because, you know, that's all we hear from our politicians, you know, and even quoting what happened in 1916, 1921, 1920. I'm sick of listening, telling them we need to move forward, and I'm going to remember that quote, because that's how women feel. If you're not at the table, you're on the menu, and that's how we feel every time. So I'm hoping that the men will not be at the table in 40 years' time and the world will be perfect.
Thanks, Eileen. Sean?
My only fear, in a sense, for the future is that the future for Northern Ireland, and indeed for the island as a whole, could be taken out of our hands by some strange British government. I mean, we came pretty close, particularly under Boris Johnson and Liz Truss, to having situations where there was complete disregard for international agreements, for international law, possibly even for law itself. And I would hate to think that a group of people sitting in London or elsewhere in Britain would essentially decide for you and for us whether we are to be together, how we are to be together, or whatever. I just hope that within 40 years we will be able to sit down with very little help from outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please can everybody join me in thanking our wonderful panel.
Thanks to you, Katie, as well, for chairing that and the rest of our panel. With so many conversations, so many questions and answers, I think you'll agree we've thoroughly explored and reflected on many aspects of the Anglo-Irish Agreement 40 years on. To conclude the conference, I'd like to welcome up for his reflections on what we've discussed today, for some closing remarks, one of our historians from our first discussion today, Professor Paul Arthur.
Thank you, Donna. According to the timetable, we're supposed to finish at 5 o'clock. I don't think I can talk until 5 o'clock. So, you know, my remarks will be very, very brief. I really only come up to speak really on behalf of the Hume Foundation to thank everyone who's contributed today. But just a couple of remarks, particularly given that last session. What we have now is a negative peace. And what is clearly missing has been a proper peace dividend. So there is so much more work to do. And it's, you know, Eileen's remarks go straight to the heart of it all. But on the positive side, since the 1998 agreement, the number of lives that have been saved, we shouldn't forget. You know, those lines, bear in mind those dead. And we don't reflect enough on those dead, and it's particularly relevant in the day that's in it and what happened in Enniskillen so many years ago. And I've always believed that if there was to be one book in every household in Northern Ireland that everyone should look at now and again, it would be Lost Lives. Because what Lost Lives does is it humanises. It removes the deaths from being statistics to ordinary men, women and children. And what it should do for those of us who've lived through that is impose on us a sense of shame that we had allowed this to happen. And out of that, we may be in a better position to move forward. Now, I really do, as I say, I'm speaking on behalf of the Hume Foundation, and I have to say that when we were putting this conference together, we had wonderful support from our colleagues at Queen's, from Oran's, from the Department of Foreign Affairs, and from all the bodies. So I just want to thank some few people. From the Mitchell Institute, Professor Louise Mallender, Wendy Louise Smith, and Louise Milligan. From Queen's, James Dillon and Emma Murphy from the Queen's Civic Engagement and Strategic Communications. I want to thank our colleagues in the Hume Foundation who sat through those meetings, and we know who we are, but I particularly want to thank Tim Atwood, who went to great lengths to make sure that this would work, particularly since one of the things we were very keen to do was we were aware that there were enough people from Dublin who would be able to comment, but what we couldn't find were people from the unionist community and people from the negotiating teams in London. We just couldn't find any of them. And so, you know, getting people to come along and try and reflect on those missing voices, I think was very important. From the Royal Irish Academy, Jerry McKenna was a great supporter of this from the outset. Professor Janice Carruthers on the North-South Standing Committee of the Academy and also of the Oran's Project. The staff at Riddle Hall have made this day very, very comfortable, and we couldn't have done without them. But lastly, I want to thank all of the speakers, especially the likes of Dick Spring, the one living, standing person. His photograph is there. He must feel very old. And Nancy Soderberg for being courteous in agreeing to do this. She wanted to be here, and she would have been here if it was possible. I particularly want to thank Donna for the wonderful job she did as MC, and all the members of the organising committee. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Well, thank you everybody for joining us here in person today, and for those online. I'd like to thank all of our staff here at Riddle Hall who have fed us and watered us and looked after us, and our audio-visual team as well, to making sure that we were online and everybody could be heard. So thank you very much indeed. In 10 years' time, the Anglo-Irish Agreement will be another decade older. I don't know where I will be in 40 years' time. Oh, I'll be 100, I'll be an AI figurine at that stage. But perhaps in 10 years' time, another milestone, I'll see your all lovely faces again. So for now, I wish you well, safe journey home, and thank you for being here. Bye-bye.